Hope everyone's doing well this morning. Murder Hollow, I'm at work, but I hope you're having a good, you have a good stream. I'll check it on it later. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. I think the cape is gonna add a lot to it. I don't know. I just like to stick capes into everything. I'm gonna do the other goat demon creature I was drawing for this and totally fully render it out also. Trying to get the shading down just perfect. Guys, I had like a fantastic night of sleep last night. I stayed up till about 2 in the morning playing video games. And then when I did go to sleep, I went to sleep till about 9. It was amazing. Really, really good sleep. Can't complain. I think I figured out the secret is you gotta just like not sleep until you're ready to go to bed. And then that's the secret to life. I don't know. Like every time I force it, I just lay in bed forever. And listen to podcasts. I like the way this shading is turning out right here. I like that. I like it. It's turning out great. I just stabbed myself pretty good. Be careful out there, guys. The pencils get sharp. They do be sharp. That actually kind of hurt a little bit. Someone showed me a story. I was at this pool party. Someone showed me a story. Apparently, they're making artificial wombs now. I think we're gonna kind of enter into a Warhammer kind of a universe here pretty soon, where people are walking around with colostomy bags with like babies growing inside of there. I think that's coming too. Get ready for that. You got to keep it out of the sunlight or something, probably. You don't want too much, you know. I don't know how they're gonna attach it to like organs and stuff, but an exciting future is ahead for sure. I really think we really are gonna live in cyberpunk here in not too long, about a few like minus the cool quirky technology. Yo, Future Oil, what's going on? How's your day going? I liked your mermaid. It was good. I saw the account that followed me, and I figured it was you. And so I checked it out, and it was you. I gave it a like. We went around we found a way around your people seeing the picture, so they can't see it. But I can see it. I'm doing really good, by the way. I slept so good. You ever have a sleep so good that you almost feel like you just got off a roller coaster? Your heart feels lighter, your mood is better. My body is just recovering from beating I took over the weekend. I'm telling you. I actually, my sunburn. I'll show you guys my sunburn. It actually isn't too bad. You see that line right there? I thought it was gonna be a lot worse in terms of pain, but I'm actually quite fine. I really thought I was gonna be in like pure hell right now. Like my arms are a little bit skittish. Like sometimes I'll touch my skin and I'll feel some pain. I definitely stayed out there a little too long, but overall it was a good deal. Yeah, someone was showing me that they're gonna have I don't know if they're external, but they're gonna have wombs for people to install, so anyone can have a like an artificial baby that they walk around with. I want to see it. Uh, looks like your Wolverine recovery factor kicked in. Looks like your Wolverine recovery factor kicked in. Something happened. I feel totally fine. It might just be, I don't know. I really don't know what it is. Seems like I kind of bounced back from that because a lot of times you stay out in the sun too long. You gotta like, you know. I've actually kind of gotten a cold, kind of like you ever stay out in the sun so long you get a cold, like it goes the other way where you get sick. I've had that. Like you get like a heat exhaustion to the point where you're just kind of like sick all day next day. But this wasn't like that. I was enjoying a beer. I was in the pool. I went in and out of the shade, so I'm all good. I'm not complaining. It's hard to complain. I thought I saw a snip view of a news story that some people are purchasing $10,000 baby dolls. I didn't click. Bro, it's gonna get weird here in a minute. Yeah, the $10 baby dolls, bro. They need help. These people need help, bro. Like, oh my god, it's so funny. I do like the concept because sometimes you want to have a baby, but you don't always want to have a baby every second of the day. If you have a baby doll, you can just kind of you can go. You know what? I'm not playing baby right now. But yeah, it's really crazy. If you have $10,000, just make a real baby. You know what I mean? Make the population go forward or something. I don't know. 20 years ago, in my social scientist mentioned that people in the U.S. are having less and less babies. It's a great time to be a psychologist, bro. It's rough out there. I've been watching like on YouTube. I've been having like a lot of like psychiatrist type commercials lately, and and they're like the commercials like, have you ever been sad or kind of tired, or maybe you didn't get like full night of sleep, or have you ever felt like a little sad? You need help right now. They're like so funny with that stuff. Like, let me know when you come back from ads. I'll tell you the full story. Back? Oh yeah. I've been seeing a lot of like those kind of psychiatrists, kind of like online psychiatry, kind of like commercials, and they do great marketing. They really do. They know how to pull the strings because they're like, you know, if you've ever felt sad or something, or tired, or maybe had questions and any, you know, in any way. Oh, I put my one thing on private for some reason. That's God, I hate YouTube. Why does YouTube do this to me? One second, I gotta unprivate my stream on YouTube. YouTube Studio. How do I get to this crap? Greg Live. Manage. Obviously, why would I want to go private with my? It's like, there we go. I am now public, I believe. Okay. Yeah, but they just market the self-help, like, not the self-help, but the psychiatry stuff. They kind of phrase it like where it would definitely apply to any human being ever on Earth. It's like, yes, I've been stressed before. It's like, I don't know. It's super funny. I'm not trying to make light of it. Some people need help. Some people who buy $10,000 baby dolls really need help. Like right now. They need help right now. Just saw your YouTube pop up. Yeah, I accidentally put it on private for some reason. Let me know if my music is too loud. I think it's not too loud. I'm in the wrong business. I'm really in the wrong business. I need to be selling baby dolls for $10,000. The thing, if you're spending that kind of money on a toy, just have a kid. Just reproduce. You know? I'm just kidding. Do what you want. I don't want to talk anyone into. Someone kicked my door. On my door. No way I'm answering. Wait, what? Someone knocked on my door. No way I'm answering. Like just now, or yeah, I get really. I don't like, dude. Whenever somebody knocks on my door, I go peek through the blinds like this. I go peek through the blinds. I don't answer shit anymore. You just don't know. Like, if you don't know me, if you don't have my contacts, bro, I don't answer the door. Like, sorry. I got into the habit too. When I order things online, I send it to my parents' house and I go pick it up over there. I don't even want things delivered to my house anymore. I don't want there to be any reason for someone to step on my front lawn and go up to my mailbox. It's like if I didn't know you were coming, you're an enemy. Like you shouldn't be here. It's a fully tight security system over here. If you didn't talk to me in some way somehow, then you shouldn't be in my house. One second, I gotta open the door. had to let the dog out really quick. This neighbor gets all these people going door to door, uniting, uniting to sell you stuff. Oh, trying to sell you stuff. Bro, I hate that. I hate when people try to sell me stuff. It's probably, dude, I knew this one kid. He tried to get into business. He got in with this company that was like a pyramid scheme where like you sign up and they give you stuff to sell, but you have to sell a certain amount of month. And part of how you like, you basically have to con other people into doing it. You have to talk other people into doing it. And he got in like, I don't know. I don't know how that legal business, how they can get away with that. But like they can basically, there's a debt that grows when you don't sell. And you gotta like just basically get more and more people under you, and the people above you get. It's literally a literally pyramid scheme. And he was like doing well for a while, trying to basically you end up going to everyone you know, and try and push it on them and try to trick them into getting in on it. So it's like a super scary thing he got into. That's why like I don't know. Never get talked into anything ever. But yeah. Aries, come here, buddy. Oh, it's your good boy. Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? It's your good boy. It's my land shark that lives with me. Oh, it's your good boy. It's your good boy. Okay. Oh yes, I've heard of these pyramid schemes when I was in 6th grade. Yeah. God forbid. I don't even know like if they can legally force debt on you like that. Like basically if you don't keep up, you go further into debt. But I don't know how legally enforceable it is. I don't know. It just seems crazy. I mean, even way back then as a child, I knew a certain person was a con artist. Wouldn't say his name. Yeah, you gotta be careful out there. You gotta be careful. No, I mean, some people, they're very, very good at conning people into things, you know? It's easy to say, like, I would have known, but I'm pretty much an isolationist, so I never got into anything weird like that, but some people, they are experts into getting, like, a little hook in you. Arini Ren, happy Monday. Happy Monday. Thank you, man. Appreciate you stopping by. I remember, like, for instance, me and my dad were looking at cars. We went to the dealership, and they were like, we wanted to find out what the payments were going to be for a Honda Accord. Then I'm like, I just want to look at the numbers. And they're like, you know, this and that and the other. And then they switch up the dudes, and this bigger guy comes in and tries to push a sale, and I'm like, we just asked for you to go back and tell us what the numbers were going to be if my dad co-signed with his credit. And I'm like, you know, I didn't say we're buying the car right now. I said I wanted to look at the numbers, and he's like, stop wasting my time. You know, he was trying to push the He was trying to push like kind of like the anxiety, and then they hit us with, oh, a family just came in, they're gonna buy the cars. So this is like your last chance. Like I'm like a complete idiot. Like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pay. I'm not paying $700 a month for a, a 2008 Honda Accord. Like for like they were trying to stretch it out over like the course of 5 years. I'm like, that's like 56,000. What are you talking about? I'm not giving you half $100,000 for an older like, they were trying to like spin plates, and they thought they could intimidate me into being like, oh, okay, I'll buy the car. I don't mean to waste your time, sir. But yeah, people, like that kind of cringe stuff doesn't fly with me. I get literally, I'll be at a car dealership, and when they try to do stuff like that, I'll just get more aggressive. Like I'll just keep getting more aggressive when they try to do that, because I know what they're trying to pull. Like that kind of stuff really does piss me off. Like openly loud aggressive. Like I'll just keep escalating until they until they stop. I'm like, no. I said go back and give me the numbers. I'm not buying the car right now. Yeah, when I was car shopping, I was watching this YouTube site. It's a son team. They give all sorts of advice. I think they are called Car Edge. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm like great at car buying, but I'm definitely not gonna get pulled into like a super bad deal where it's like an 8-year-old car for like $50,000. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, this has a hundred. You're trying to sell me a car with like, I don't know, almost $100,000, 100 whatever miles on it, 100,000 miles on it for like premium prices. You're crazy if you think I'm falling for this. For a used car. Well, it would have been it would have been it was like 28,000, or it was like 28,000, but then when you like they were trying to extend the loan to the point where if you went through with it, that's what you would end up paying. If you did the math on like 700 times whatever, however many months, it would have been like a crazy price tag. I'm like, no, no, I don't think so, bud. Reminds me, I got to cancel that auto warranty they suckered me into buying. Yeah, nice man. Nice man. I have turned and walked out of auto dealerships multiple times exactly. Dude, that's like the one time I'll get a whenever someone tries to like intimidate me, not yeah, look, they use sort of like intimidation tactics where they're trying to kind of be like, you're wasting my time, why aren't you buying this car, when you're trying to get information and trying to get the layout of what's going on. And they do the whole that makes me like angry instantly. Like I instantly just get aggressive. uh they need the sale more than I need the car. Yeah, exactly. Although I did really need a car, like really needed a car bad. But and it was kind of like in that COVID era where everything was like super expensive. um COVID was a seller's market for sure. Yeah, yeah, they got people bad during COVID. They got people bad during COVID. Thank you for the follow. Adrift in Midgard. Adrift in Midgard. Thank you, Adrift in Midgard. I appreciate the follow. If anybody else has like bad car stories or dealer, because I'm sure everyone does, right? Please tell me. I don't know. Sometimes don't you just sometimes want to break people's fingers a little bit? Like if you could like legally. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. This is a show for fam. This is a family show. This is a family show. But dealerships, don't you feel that a little bit? That energy sometimes where you're like, man. Oh, I have a fun car story. We had we bought like this insurance for a Honda Civic, like replace tire no matter what kind of thing, one of those deals. And then they were trying to like kind of get out of it, and they were like, "Oh no, it's only if it doesn't happen on the road that you can get the." And I'm like, "Where else would it happen, right?" Like, man, like the dealerships we had, some of the dealerships we have a certain, especially a certain owned by a certain person, they straight up just scam you. Like you buy an insurance for like, no, we'll replace your tires for the whatever car's lifespan no matter what. You pay money and then they kind of go, well, we don't have this tire, or they told us we have to take the tire off or something. They were trying to like get us to jump through all these loopholes. And I didn't know how to handle it, to be honest, because I'm not sure what the legality of that is. They were just like, no, we didn't say that. That's not what it is. It has to happen, and that kind of stuff just makes me, you know. So yeah, there's a dealership in town we have that I will always say bad things about them, and I will never go back there again. They're just straight up scammers. One dealer had already agreed on unannounced door price. of 18K on Nissan Pathfinder 2017. Last minute they changed it on me. It was like, okay, I'll see it. Yeah, exactly. And what they try to do is they try to get you to sign some paperwork for you to feel like guilty, like you already like committed to something, like you already signed this, we've been talking about it, these are the, you know, the finalized whatever kind of stuff. And it's like, no. Oh, absolutely not. That's why most cars I've ever bought have been from people I know, and I've gotten super lucky. Like I've bought like $1,500 cars that I've like basically ridden to death for like years and years and years. I just caught a glimpse of myself in the cam, like how high my knee is relative to my head. It's almost like higher than my head. Oh my god. I think it might be part spider or something. I mean, Spider-Man was my favorite hero for a long time, so it kind of makes sense. I'm brown looking, my face, arms, wait, my arms, face, but I rarely wear shorts. My legs are not tan or brown. They almost look white. People always laugh. Yeah, I got you. I spent about a year and a half in Arizona, Phoenix, Scottsdale area for a job, and man, I was burnt so bad. I ran easily, but then tan really burned me up. Yeah, I do not. I usually go through a burn. If I want to get tan, it's gonna take a minute, and I have to be really careful. It's like I said, I wasn't even out there that long, and I got sunburned pretty bad. This isn't the worst though. This is actually like honestly for how bad, like how red everything looked. It does hurt a little bit to touch the sunburn on the back of my neck, but it's not. You know, it's gonna be itchy when it starts peeling and stuff, but this is not that bad. I think the good vibes saved me. Arizona temps were regularly over 100. No, that's too much, bro. I will not tolerate that. That's too much. Oh, not for me, bro. I think Illinois would be perfect if Illinois didn't have um such brutal winters. I think our if our winters were just like 20% less harsh, I think it would be like a great state. But it's just like we just get like this slop weather. It's not like the worst ever, but it's just always kind of like eh. Oh, mayonnaise bread, welcome, man. Thank you for the emojis. As soon as I got the money, I want to live in Sedona. As soon as I get the money, I want to live in Sedona. I'm not sure where that is, but it sounds like it's a good time. We were just talking about look it up. Sedona, Arizona. It just sounds hot. It just I feel like after 91 degrees, my brain just stops working. Like I just can't think straight. I can't form sentences after a certain amount of heat has entered my body. So it's just Illinois is kind of where I've adapted to here. Do you guys have is it this nature trails, creeks, nature trails? Yeah, but that 100-degree heat Flagstaff is super close. I guess like it's cool like to go to a southern state for the winter. You know what I mean, where it's a little bit more mild. Uh, Yo, I'm Latino, born and raised in Chicago. Weather, I hate hot weather. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I just like I said, I'm a big fan of room temperature. I'd sub, but currently having to find a new place to live at the end of September. Gotcha. Ad attack, unless corporate saves us. Holy crap, all these ads. I just narked on the office here at my apartment because they've been so spineless. Yeah. Oh, I was asking people, has anyone here had a bad car buying experience at a dealership? It really makes you like want to be a mafia boss and break fingers like when that happens. It really does. I think that's one thing. Especially, I think that's like one thing that like does get under my skin is like when someone tries to like intimidate me, like they kind of try to be like, you know what I mean? They try to do some intimidation stuff for to get me to be in a bad situation, like buying a really expensive car. It just instant rage. Long dumb story, but I hate Indiana. I've never been there, but I get it. It sounds like a state I would hate also. I've been threatened by multiple folks in my building, and they still get to live here. That's always fun. That's always fun. I've had a pretty good experience though in my with like my neighbors and stuff. I can't like my current living situation has been pretty chill for like for a good amount of time. I can't complain. Everyone kind of gets along. Indiana is trailer trash land. Nice. Is because you're in a better state. Well, we have bad. I mean, Illinois has some trash spots for sure. Like for sure. It does depend on like where you live. I got kind of lucky because I bought a house in like a better neighborhood, but it was a fixer upper, so I had to fix it. But I got to be in a like a little isolated spot that's still pretty good in terms of overall like safety and stuff. It's pretty quiet here, you know. But I had to, let's say, like buy a house that was very run down, not very run down, but it needed fixing and upping. So you have repeatedly effed over small biz here. Oh, they have repeatedly effed over small biz here with their construction. Have you seen that short with Robert De Niro as a car salesman? He says at one point, "Look at that, the size of this trunk. You can fit at least 3 bodies in here." Very funny, very funny. And nada to do for the youth, and then they wonder why best stuff happens. Indiana is all about sports and gambling. Yeah, I'm kind of an in-house cat. I don't really go outside and interact with the world, so I have no idea like what's going on outside of my house. I just live on the internet and I talk to like random people and I draw. I'm in my own like little protective bubble. It can give me anxiety to go anywhere. Yeah. I'm most agrophobic. I stay home much. Yeah, it's just the best place to be. Sorry for the hair. I need to adjust my camera. Sorry for the hair. I'll try to be more mindful of the hair. Indiana, no, bro. I was house shopping in Indiana, and let me just say it's weird out there. Uh, when we uh, when we were on our way home from taking our kid out to college last week, a semi almost hit us. Just started going into our lane. You know, I thought of that too. I thought of that idea too, is having like a separate like system for truckers. It would be better for them and safer for everyone else. I know that's quite a bit of an infrastructure to ask for when we already can't maintain what we have, but yeah, it'd be nice to not like let truckers in through small towns and stuff like that, because it is kind of dangerous. But I actually think all solutions to all problems are airships. We need blimps. We need to bring blimps back. I wish there was a completely separate highway. Yeah. Salam alaikum, salam alaikum, Habibi Foros. Thank you, thank you. Kamusta Ka. Thank you. Kamusta Ka, back to you, Japochi. I hope you're doing well. I hope you slept well. I know you went to sleep at like really late for your time. I hope you. I slept really good. Oh man, there's so much waste of land in this country. Just dead real estate everywhere. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of land to develop. I hear. I don't know. My only concern is that like I've been listening to these documentaries about how they were talking about how you can only chemically farm, like the way modern farming works is you got to put chemicals in there and they like strip all the nutrients out of it. And it's like turning like there's big parts of lands that like you can't reuse anymore because like for the next like couple hundred years because of that, and we have another 50 cycles before we lose usable land. And yeah, I don't know, I've been getting a little paranoid about that. I don't know if it's true or not. And drove my... Oh my god, thank you for the follow. LV6 Angel. LV6 Angel. I don't know why I read it wrong. And then... Wait, hold on. And then drove my dad, and my mom for checkup in the hospital. I hope she's alright, Japochi. Then found out there was no electricity in the building where I was supposed to buy McDonald's. That's crazy, dude. Because there was a fire in the salon where my aunt was working at. Yikes. And then after their checkup, we went home and fell asleep. What a weird day. That's zoning ordinance, easily solved by designating land for building. You're probably right. Future Will, you probably know more about it than I do. You're probably right, because you were in the industry. I'm not gonna. You're probably right. Glad you guys are good though. Oh yeah, thank you, Japochi. Thank you. Next month is Riot Fest, which has an amazing lineup, but holy F, I could not hang being around that many people. What is Riot Fest? Is that like heavy metal music fest? Is that what that is? I'm just not familiar with the heavy metal scene. Oh, thank you for the froggy. LV6, thank you for the froggy. The town I live in, they're building a lot of condos, and I came here to get away from the condos. Oh, what's wrong with the condos? Honestly, the older I get, the more I enjoy the small town, single level buildings that I live amongst. I really appreciate where I live now. Like I wanted when I was younger, you know, you want the city or whatever. Now I'm just like, just give me quiet. Give me peace. I just want it to be quiet. Uh, it's a 3-day music festival. Green Day, Blink 183, Weird Al, Idols, much more. 182. I recognize two. I've heard of Green Day and Blink. Weird Al, I've heard. I feel like I've heard of that. Okay, so at least I kind of know what you're talking about. I'm just very, you know, I'm very out of it when it comes to like knowing my bands. I just like certain songs here and there. I love music festivals, but the way they were doing it in Philippines is the bands play on three different stage at the same time, so they could not save, so they could save time. Not a fan. That's crazy, dude. You just pick. You get to pick which one you want. That is kind of crazy. That's I've never even heard of that. Not a fan of festivals because if something goes wrong, it messes up sets. Yeah, and like the other thing is, if you're at a festival and something goes wrong, like you know what I mean, like something major breaks out and like there's fights or whatever, you can get trampled over. You don't really want to be around 100,000 people. I'm sure that doesn't happen all that often, but something about being around that many other people is kind of like, if there's like, well, you gotta think too with like how crazy things are getting. Do you really want to be in a hot spot for like, if someone's crazy, right? Where's a crazy person gonna go to do bad things? Where people are gonna gather in hundreds of thousands. It's like it even when I went to the one concert I went to, there was cops carrying like machine guns in Chicago. Like there was like rifles and stuff. And you got to think like if something happens during a concert and somebody like goes crazy, you're going to like it's hard to escape just because of the amount of people that are going to try and escape to not get trampled. You know what I mean? And I don't know. That's why I'm like, yeah, maybe let's calm down with like you got to be careful nowadays. Uh the singer went solo years later and passed away. Music is so autobiographical. Love it. Travis Scott got into trouble for his BS concerts years ago. That's scary, dude. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm trying to use coded language for bad people, but you know what I'm talking about. Things can pop off, and you gotta be you want to be not in a high population area. Hmm. Oh yes, I worked in downtown for years, and man, it gets crazy out there when people go to those music Yeah, people are crazy. Well, especially like now. I feel like now it's like I was listening to the newest Scars on Broadway album, and one song seems like it's shade towards Sarji Tankian. Scars is a side project of guitarist System of a Down. Best show I've ever went to was System of a Down opening in Incubus in a very small joint in Dallas. Intimate, primal, barely security. One time I was walking. Nice. Yeah, I don't know anything about like the music. Like I haven't never been around like the music stuff too much. Like I just listen at home. But it sounds cool. Sounds like people are having awesome experiences. I just kind of don't partake myself too much. One time I was walking on sidewalk and some crazy 20-year-old punched a Latino man, causing massive blood to spill. Cops were there and tackled the crazy guy, but the Latino refused to press charges. I think he was just undocumented, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you never know. Your art breeds System of a Down vibes. Noise. I think I know of the band System of the Down, but I don't know too hard. You know what I mean? I don't know too much about it, but I do. I've heard of. I'm pretty sure I've heard their songs before. Good soundtrack to Arting. That song is also one I just used on Insta. So good. This is the last time you'll done me wrong. Oh, the lyrics, yeah. I've been listening to like a lot of 90s techno lately. I've been like kind of on that kick a little bit. I like Bass Hunter. I'm pretty basic when it comes to music. I don't know, but I do jump around. Like I'll go through phases where I'll listen to a lot of techno, then I'll switch back to whatever, like metal for a little bit. I don't have like a super strict like adherence to. I just kind of go. Although I will say, I think American music was like, in a certain way, I think it peaked in like the '60s. Some of that music was really really good. At least the Mafia 3 soundtrack suggests that to be true. God Lives Underwater is who got me more into electric music. They debuted in Johnny Mnemonic soundtrack. So you saw my mermaids painting on Secret Insta. Still has a ways to go. Yes, I did see it. I gave it a like. You should be able to see the like, right? What if your secret Insta is the one that starts taking off on you? And it becomes not a secret? Guys, I'm gonna go pee really quick. Give me 1 second. I just gotta go pee really quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think the mermaids are going really well. Okay, I think that knee is starting to shape up. I'm starting to look the way it looks. Oh my god. Sashman. Sahman? Thank you for the follow, man. Just drawing some Icelandic folklore. We draw fun things on the stream. I think often, honestly, like a lot of music I listen to is mostly like I listen to soundtracks from video games and like movies. Like I'll listen to the scores. That's kind of where I've been at a lot lately. Not so much bands, but just like musical pieces from movies, and that's kind of like what I'll listen to a lot of in my downtime. If I'm like listening to music, it's either techno or like neoclassical music from movies or something like that. It's getting warm in here. I might have to turn off that fan a little bit. It is getting warm. I need the air moving. Comrade Soul, welcome! I hope you're doing super well. Thank you for all the emojis. I don't get how you guys get emojis that I don't get. I don't understand. Do you pay for them or like... Kozik? Kozik says, joined cause only one was watching. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for saving the stream on the YouTube. I kind of have a theory that I think a lot of the people that find me on YouTube, they already know about Twitch and they migrate to Twitch. I think, but I'm not 100% sure. It just seems like when I look at the analytics, there's a big block of traffic coming from YouTube, and I think they find me on YouTube. And that's why there's like never really there's never like really any growth on YouTube, because the few people that I have found on there, they kind of just migrate to Twitch. I hope that's the case. Otherwise, I'm failing on YouTube hard. Like harder than usual. They're from other streamers. When they sub, they can use the stickers. Oh, or emojis or emotes. Good to hear you are loved more in other platforms, man. Yeah. The only other platform I stream to is Twitch. I'll just do YouTube and Twitch. Oh my god. Irene Willow, thank you. Thank you for the follow. I hope everyone out there is doing super good. I hope you're all also drawing along. Or, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. What the? Kamustaka. Kamustaka. Sorry guys, I'm practicing my Filipino language skills. For when I go over to the Philippines, it won't be like Vitaly. When I go to the Philippines, it won't be. I hope I don't end up like Vitaly in prison. My booty? That sounds like you're saying my booty. What is my booty? My booty. Kamustaka. I do kind of want to try the street food in the Philippines. Means good. Kamustaka mabuti. Yeah, when I go to the Philippines, I don't want to be arrested and put in jail for the rest of my life. So I won't do ridiculous. It's when you reply to kamusta. That's what you reply to, kamustaka. I will have to remember that. My booty. I'll just remember my booty. My booty is how you say, like, that's how you respond. And kamustaka, which sounds kind of Russian, like a Russian work camp in the taiga. That's how I remember it in my. That's the only way I can remember things is cross-referencing with other things I remember. I imagine like a snowy wooden camp where people are laboring in, cutting wood down. Thank you for showing your art. This looks amazing. Oh, I appreciate that, Irene Willow. Thank you for stopping by and following. If you're an a-hole to the people, you'd probably end up like Vitaly. Yeah, but I just won't be, and then it won't be an issue. Ajipochi, check out the latest painting I'm working on here. Can't show it in my regular Insta because it's a surprise for my sister-in-law. He has a secret account now. Top secret, bro. That's a huge painting. Love it though. Honestly, I think shading with a 0.3 gives like better results. This pen with a little bit of a harder lead, I feel like the 0.2 it makes things too dark too fast, and it's hard to like control where things go a little bit. What the? I think I'm gonna start. I'm gonna go back to shading. I'm gonna like draw with the 0.2, but I think this one is like superior for like what I'm trying to do. Because I like that really nice kind of gradient kind of shadow that I can achieve here. I need to make sure I don't put the wrong kind of lead in there though, because if you put the wrong lead in there, you can, the softer the lead, the darker it gets right away. So it's harder to get like those nice gradients that you can do over several passes. So I need to look into, let's see. This isn't, oh, okay. So this is what I have in there right now, the 0.3 HB. That's what I got in this pencil. So it's like, I think it's a little bit of a harder lead than the B2. The B2 is not advisable. I've discovered for myself. It is advisable for certain things, just not this. You know what? Maybe I need an HB lead for my 0.2. It's a 24 by 12. Dude, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Man, it's amazing how changing the tool up a little bit changes the vibe so much. Look at how much better that's turning out. I love it. It looks bong and long. It looks bong and long. Nice. You sure it's the right side of the paper now? Yes, Chipochi, we did make sure. I'll prove it to you. This is the side you want to be on. The other side is like different. It's like not. It's you don't want to be on that side. I swear to God, it's like different. It's different to draw on the other side. It like you feel the texture being different. I don't know. Maybe I'm imagining things, but it's possible I'm just imagining things. But I'm convinced I'm not. there's a flu going around the house. I hope I don't get sick. Doing lawn work and yard cleanup suck, but it feels good to have it done. Yeah, takes a long time for me to recover. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get sick now. I'm on a good I'm on like a good grind right now, and I don't want to get sick. I'm going at a really good pace on stuff. You know, right now being set back. Like if I got sick for 3 days, I wouldn't like that. Just because I'm like I said, I'm in a really good mood. I'm finishing things. Things are getting done. Last thing I would want is to get really sick and just get sent back like a week. There's a jazz concert tomorrow night performed by Americans. I will try to go. Nice, man. Representing my people, the Americans. They are U.S. Air Force's central band. Oh, that's right. We do have that. We have actual people that just play music and stuff in the military. Oh, I saw a really funny clip of the U.S. military. They were holding a concert, or it was a pre-concert, like a warm-up, and they were playing the theme to Helldivers. It was really funny. I thought it was funny. That's like kind of... No, I enjoyed it. I rested for a couple of hours yesterday, and this morning I'm still a little sore. I stayed up till about 2. I just decided, I decided I'm gonna just stay up till I feel tired, and I'm gonna go to sleep whenever I feel like it. Like that's kind of where I want my life to be right now. I'm like, if I start a little late, I still started before 11, but it was not, it's just like the idea of like not sleeping like gives me anxiety, and it's like I want to not have anxiety. Um, Then I can't fall asleep because I'm like, oh, there's only 6 hours left. That's fun. Bugs start to crawl out of the ground. Yeah, right. Glad you had some rest. Yeah. It's funny how like every single stream we all we do is complain, like we all we do is talk about how much we slept last night and like how much we mowed the lawn. That's literally like 90% of our conversations is that. That's that's what this stream is about. We just go, yeah, I mean, I slept pretty good. It could have been a little better. I had a good amount of water. Then I bring in the conspiracy theory stuff. Sleep and work, yeah. Hope Twitch has a pie chart on which topics are covered in chat. That'd be kind of interesting to see like what I talk about the most. I mean, we basically just talk about food, right? Like half the time we're talking about our favorite foods and how much sleep we had. That's literally what it narrows down to most of the time. Is just like food and backaches and like it's like funny how like when you kind of like tick over to the 30s, when you start to get older, all you talk about is food, sleep, and like yeah, caffeine. Because after 30, that is your life. That is all you talk about and think about. It's like, oh man, I wish I would have slept more. That's all I really ever care about anymore. Food, caffeine, that's what makes life good. Right. Uh, Kozik says, I had a sago with milk and espresso and slices of pie. Nice. What kind of pie, though? Really liked it. I'm a really big, I don't eat, I try not to eat sugar. When I say I don't eat sugar, I still eat it, like, when I feel like it. But I mostly stay away from it. It's like, but I do like coffee, chocolate pie, like all that, not pie, sorry, like cake. And and I'm not here to like insult Americans, but Americans do not know what's going on when it comes to like cakes and stuff or any kind of delicacies. It's all like I'm sorry, just Americans do not know what they're doing. At least like the Walmart kind of like level cakes. It's just like sugar. There's no buttery smell to it. You can tell like it's just sort of that waffle with sugar, waffle, sugar, chocolate, right? It's very basic. But yeah, like those like better like expensive coffee. Oh my god, one time I had a what is that one cake? That's like cheesecake. Oh my god, I had like a really expensive cheesecake from not Chicago, from New York. Someone brought, and it was like really next level. The filling, the cheesecake itself, was so light. It was like almost like a. I was so light. I don't know. It was so good. I've never tasted anything like it. I realized I have been getting cheated my entire life, and it's not all bad. It's just you got to live in like a really big city if you want to get like. You got to live in like a bigger city to get like stuff that's not just sort of like peasant version of it. Speaking of sugar, I discovered sugar cubes. It's my first time to see one. Lol. We always buy the ones in plastic. Have that cheesecake with coffee. Yeah, dude, it was so good, and it was light. It wasn't like the Walmart one where like it's like concrete, and you gotta like work, like you gotta get the spoon once it's been in the fridge, and you gotta like work it down. This was light, and the texture was different. It was like really good, really crazy good. But yeah, unfortunately, there's only you're only gonna get a handful of times in your life where you get to eat like the good stuff, and then the rest of it will be Walmart cakes. Nothing against Walmart. It's just it's like the peasant version. It's like it's just there to fill the unwashed masses. I've been craving for some fudgy cake with hot chocolate filling inside. That does sound pretty good. Sasha, thank you. Hi, Mr. Foros. Have a good day. Thank you, Sasha. Appreciate that. I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks for us. I'm hungry now. I understand. It's not a pie, just apple slices. You auto-read it into pie. Yeah, I just compress information like a computer, but like less accurately. I kind of feel like an outsider here, like a newbie kind of dude, just poking his head into a new room. If you go to Twitch, it's more fun. There's typically more talk. There's more people, and they're more talkative. There's a link on my YouTube to my Twitch, so not trying to convert you to the Twitchism ideology, but it's just there's usually more people, and they talk more. If that's what you're into. It's just that typically YouTube pops off once in a while. People will come in and comment and leave. It's just that YouTube is not the kind of platform where people like hang out. So if you want to find a crowd, that's kind of where they're sitting more often than, you know, that's where the energy's at. But I had 8 eggs before I started the stream because I gotta go 7 hours. So I don't mess around with my morning routine. It's just like 8 eggs done. One egg per hour? Exactly, yeah. It breaks down to about 1 egg per hour. Oh, I did do the kettlebell thing. I did do, like, I lifted the kettlebell, like, maybe 5 times. Like, I did the curls. And honestly, I lost a lot of strength, because I haven't worked out. Congrats. Yeah, thank you. I did 5 on each side, so just so you guys know, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I just wasn't gonna, it was too late. I needed to start the stream, so I did like a 5 on one side, 5 on the other, and then a little bit of some, but yeah, I'll get back into it. It's just, you know, it's crazy how like like later on, when you get older, like you lose strength. Like once you stop working out, your strength goes down, not like this, but it's more like straight, like it's like, not like that. It's like that. Like you just go, whoop, I'm back to where I was like 3 months ago. In like just a couple of weeks, it just like the strength just leaves you like right away. Especially like if you stop working out and you eat crappy, bro. You feel like you're just walking in fog all day. What's up with that? That's just what it is when you get older. You fall apart. Like, that's just what it is. Oh my god. Beer Eterio. Thank you for the follow. You're a hero to me. I appreciate it. I'm probably getting all these follows because they're seeing some gross demon boobs. It's like I knew going down this path my channel will start to take off if I just drew like a little bit more like sexualized content. It's not really supposed to be sexual because it's a demon. It's a goat demon boobie, but It's working. People love it. Show them guns for Rose. You'll get more views. I love her goat legs though. Amazing. Thank you. Well, the exposed legs too. People love goat legs. It gets the crowd going for sure. The sexy goat legs. People are tripping over themselves to see the goat legs. It's kind of what I believe, Japochi. I don't know. It's getting a lot of views. It's getting a lot of views. Like on a Monday, people are calling off work to see goat legs. I don't blame them. Biriterio says, hello, how are you? We're doing really good, thank you. Thank you so much for commenting and watching. If you have any questions, let me know. I was gonna make a joke, but I couldn't come up with one fast enough. My brain is too slow to come up with jokes on the fly like that. Oh my god. Alright. Oh, thank you so much. I thought I was gonna like lose an eye or something. I will say I do love a good sneeze. I won't lie, like I love a good sneeze. It's one of my favorite things in life still. It's one of the things I still look forward to. I only got blessed by one person. What the? When someone wait, hold on. When someone sneezes in America, you say bless you. What do you guys say, Sasha? Where do you Yes, we say bless you. I mean, sometimes people say God bless you. It depends on where you live in America. If you live in like where I live, rural America, they're gonna say God bless you. If you live in the city, more like bless you. It just depends on the person. But yes. Why do you guys what do you guys say wherever you are, Sasha? I need to know. Normally, I just stare at people in disgust. In Russia, it sounds like "be healthy," "будь здоров." Yeah, I forgot how to say what they say, but yeah, I just couldn't. Honestly couldn't remember what. Well, I say we, but I'm from Belarus, so that's why I do speak it. I just don't remember exactly who says what. I normally like I'll just stare at people in disgust when they sneeze around me. You read Russian quite well. Nice. Yeah, I lived in Belarus till I was about 9 years old. And then I moved to America with my parents. I didn't move, they moved, and I followed them, obviously. But I just remember that Lukashenko loved us and we love Lukashenko, our father. Just kidding. In Brazil, we say Saudi, which means healthy. Is it Saudi? I see. I was just kidding about Lukashenko. Although he's nothing against him. I was just. Mm, I'm pretty sure I'm probably saying Saudi. Sorry guys, I'm forgetting to talk. I'm like locked in over here on my goat feet. I can't help it. The goat feet get me going. Murder Howl lunch break. Shit's looking sick as fuck. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm trying to make it look sick. I just realized I think I was making a mistake with going with a .2 with a softer lead of the .2 pencil. I might need to find an HB hardness lead for this pencil because the shading is working out a lot sexier with this because you're forced to do more passes. It has like a lot more of a like that soft gradient look, which kind of gives it like way better kind of aesthetics, I feel like. It takes a little longer, but I think it's worth for the way the way it looks is just so much better. I think that it's worth sort of sitting here. It is interesting as I've been like drawing. I've been like slowly figuring things out in terms of like how to use tools. It sounds silly, but it is like a kind of like a big deal to sort of like close in on exactly what you want. And it seems like it wouldn't make a big deal using a softer lead, but it really does change the overall like the rendering quality look. If you're going for like the super smooth kind of like rendered out look, it's not a good idea to use uh, a super hard or super soft lead because you just get this kind of gross, grimy look. You know, and that can be utilized with a certain style too. I'm just saying, like, what I'm going for is kind of more like the way this looks here. I want it to be smoother, and so I might need to find a harder lead for my point too, because I like using that pencil a lot because of the accuracy it gives me. But I think going for the B2 was kind of a mistake. It's kind of a mistake. I'm craving for that cake. Cake does sound really good right now. See you later. See you later. About 4 things about to get crazy at work. Talk to you later. All right, Future Oil. Good luck with your work. What will the next work be? Do you think that far ahead? In this instance, I do know what the next work will be, and I will show you. I'm going to convert this into a full picture. This was my original take on Grýla, and I'm gonna somehow convert this into like I'm gonna erase the other goat thing, and I'm gonna do this, but like a full, like I'm gonna fully render it out and somehow turn it to make sense. But that's what I'm gonna be working on. And then after that, I'm thinking about doing like this inside of a sort of a Promethean chamber, like an astronaut looking at a shrine that is like a spaceship going from the bottom of the floor to the top, like it's ascending, and like mysterious eldritch people embedded into walls. That's the next piece. Let me check my socials really quick. So red. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a really nice one. The shrine, but I'm excited to do the other goat too, because I think the guy really liked the other goat thing, so I'm gonna do that one too and send it off to Iceland. Guys, give me 1 second. I want to make myself some decaffeinated tea, because I'm not hot. It's 94 degrees in here, but I'm not quite hot enough yet. So I'm gonna make some tea. I'm gonna go pee, and I'll be right back in like 3 minutes. Give me 1 second. your boy's back. Your boy's back. All right, I got back just in time for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid, Cena Bush. Let me do a shout out. Shout out, Cena Bush. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I hope your stream was good. I hope it was super good. We're just drawing Icelandic. I know. Welcome back. Yeah, I just had to make myself some tea really quick. But I hope you guys had a great stream. I hope it was fun. We were having fun convos, right? Kind of went on a... Well, actually, I've been pretty quiet. This is looking great. Yeah, thank you, man. It's, somebody from Iceland did a commish. Anyway, you get the idea. But, actually, before I realized it was a troll with goat-like features, I thought it was a goat demon. So, I'm also gonna do this one later. I'm gonna flesh this out, and I think this one's gonna be, actually more interesting, because I was just sketching it. It turned out, I think this is, like, more interesting. I'm gonna do both and just send them both off, just because, like, I like this enough. I think it's worth working on. It's got the list of children. And when, I guess the lore goes, you get a potato in your shoe, and if you're really bad, you get coal in your shoe. And if you're really, really bad, the Grýla eats the child. So, it works out. We love the legend of Grýla and her silly sons. Nice. I do too now. I do too. Alright, I gotta work on this cape a little bit. Let me zoom in here. There we go. But yeah, I like this sort of folklorish kind of vibe. It seems like, if you guys, I'm sure you guys have seen the movie A Labyrinth. I feel like that's how this kind of lore should be told, is through kind of like that. You know what I mean? Guillermo del Toro, I feel like he had a good grasp on like how this kind of how dark it actually was. The other one is almost like Goatman Khazra from Diablo games, but more emaciated. I haven't played Diablo in a little bit, but I'm sure you're right. I mean, the thing is you can't like really draw a goat demon without hitting some lore. You know, you're gonna hit within the vicinity of some lore pretty close. So I just thought that initially I thought it was a goat demon in Iceland. But then I was told it's a troll with goat-like features, so I went in this direction. But I'll finish the other one too. I'll just send it off with both versions, because they did like the other one. I really like the look of the goat one. Yeah, I thought it turned out so well. I gotta finish it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Another distortion. I have I have a heavy bias towards spooky aesthetics though. Yeah, Overlord says hi, hello. They both look they both really cool looking takes. Love your drawing, Overlord. Thank you, man. Yeah, I figure the other one was worth finishing, and this one is a more traditional take on it, more closer to the actual lore. So I love the high positioning of the nose above the eyes. Yeah, I wanted to. That's yeah. I like drawing fairly like distorted faces, and I wanted to bring out the frontal part of the mouth forward, in order to have that kind of like goat-like kind of vibe. I may have went too heavy with the goat features, but I don't think I overdid it. But I definitely wanted to express that this is goat features, But you know, maybe the decision to bring the mouth forward to kind of have a goat-like kind of thing going on was maybe a little too far, because it is a troll. But looking through all the pictures, there's just so many variations art-wise that kind of fit into it that it's like it's pretty loosey-goosey. Makes it very distinct. Thank you. I do think it's interesting that there's this like commonality in folklore of the sort of goat witch kind of eating children, like Hansel and Gretel, the Baba Yaga kind of thing. Like it keeps reemerging quite like often enough where it makes me kind of be like, like there's something going on here. I kind of feel like, because it seems like it keeps repeating over and over again, to the point where it's like, were there people eating people a lot back then? Because this theme keeps coming back in folklore. Someone please remind me to buy HB hardness lead for point 0.2, my point 0.2 pencil. I think I figured out, like, I was kind of going in the wrong direction with buying softer lead for my mechanical pencils. It seems like a still solution to all your problems, but it's actually not good, because the layers become harsher and everything kind of muddies. It becomes dark too fast and muddies everything up. Whereas like doing it with this harder lead kind of allows me to have more of that kind of gradient control that I like to have. I'm glad people like this piece, because I was thinking, I honestly, I was thinking that drawing uh, demons that eat children might have been like that point where it's like, have I gone too far? I had to ask myself that. I'm like, am I going too far? But it seems like people love it. I don't know. People love this stuff. Stop looking good. Thank you, Slipknot fan on YouTube. I appreciate that. I wonder if it has ties to biblical symbolism of ghosts and bad people. Yeah, probably, right? Or it's even older, deeper rooted. I think it goes back to pagan stuff. I really do. I think I think it's tied into. I don't know. I'm not like looking through books, but I think a lot of pagan stuff had like that kind of like looking stuff. And I will say I do have a soft spot in my heart for like the paganish aesthetics. You know what I mean? I do enjoy that kind of stuff. So the Viking-y looking stuff is very cool. Actually, when fun story, my dad being a Mordovan who live on a Volga river in Russia, and they were some of the, as the Soviet Union was taking over and it was becoming like a major thing, the Mordovans were like some of the less like real pagans on Earth. They were still like legit living like pagans in their like rural villages, not like ironically, like for real pagans, like worshiping trees and rocks. And what's weird, if you look at the Soviet footage of the documentaries they made about them, you don't really see like a lot of, you would think it would look like a town from Diablo, like goat heads and torches and like kind of like skulls and rib cages on sticks. It looked pretty wholesome. It didn't look super dark. It kind of like looked very kind of like a rural village with some with some of their traditional garb or something. It didn't look super dark. So I think that's interesting. I don't know. I got a soft spot for the pagans. It didn't seem like they were living some sort of horrific medieval life. It looked like they were kind of like the Amish or something, but like more pagany. And we are gonna draw those Viking houses with the little cross hatches on top of the house. Back whenever that existed, the you know the like they had the little crossings on the top. It was all about being audited with nature. Yeah, united with nature. Yeah, it was. Yep. I had a pretty good idea for my once I finish the goat stuff. I want to do like like I already talked about this, but do kind of going back to the eldritch stuff, kind of like that feeling you get in the first Alien when they kind of go, they find the space jockey. I want to do something similar to that, but more atmospheric and kind of like less like creepy and more mythological, but kind of that eldritch energy with an like an astronaut kind of a wanderer energy. I think that's gonna be fun. I like revisiting that kind of theme. Oh, maybe I should do space pagans. I need to write that down. I need to do space pagans, like futuristic pagans, and like, oh my god, that's a good idea. I don't have any paper next to me for some odd reason. Uh, all right, I wrote it down. Eldritch Aliens, so H. Geiger meets H.P. Lovecraft. Yes, basically. That's an aesthetic I like to revisit. Maybe not as organic of a, like the place won't be as organic, it'll be more bio, like built, but still kind of like astronaut discovers something they shouldn't have kind of energy. There's something really alluring about discovering an eldritch temple or something in the middle of space. Like maybe a shrine they abandoned like long ago. And it has no functional meaning anymore because they've like moved on from it, but it still has all the artifacts and stuff left over. That would be crazy if humans never found life outside of Earth, but we just kept running into like all of these like kind of temples in space from the elder gods. I think that would be like fun. That'd be such a great mystery. Why there's all these like religious temples dedicated to whatever Cthulhu, where we never found any other evidence of life. Yeah, leftover ruins from that civilization, that would be crazy, but also sad because we missed the opportunity to actually meet them. Yeah, but what if they created us and then died out from some event? Wouldn't that be kind of fun to think about? Like, did they engineer us to be here? Did they just, was it part of the plan for them to create us and then disappear, and that's the cycle? Bro. Sorry, I had to make some tea. It's not hot enough in this room yet. I need to pour hot liquid inside. Oh my god, it's, yeah, Prometheus and StarCraft. I remember when I was a kid playing StarCraft, oh my god, it was, that game like drew me in so much. And I didn't even like the multiplayer aspect of it. I just like to, like, when you were building and exploring like the maps and you would see like bones and artifacts of like ancient creatures or whatever on the map sometimes. It was such like good like, not like internally I would build lore around these things. It'd be kind of cool if they made like World of StarCraft. But hear me out. You don't play as a space marine or whatever. You play as a like an RTS faction, the way you do in StarCraft, but you are like, you get maps or something and you have to like play an RTS style game on the map to kind of get upgrades for your tech, you know what I mean? So you slowly progress your sort of faction, but it's like World of Warcraft, just not necessarily like the way StarCraft played, where it was just basically a multiplayer 1v1 kind of game. I want like a StarCraft where you kind of, you know, there's more to it in terms of like, maybe if you had like a Factorio had a baby with StarCraft, and it was all about spreading out, finding, you know, advancements to like, to your tech, and you spread out further. I think it would be like more fun if it was like an RTS game and you got factions to fight, but they weren't necessarily like, you know, you versus this guy and whoever wins gets the end screen and that's it, and then you play again. I want like a Factorio style game meets StarCraft, and you spread through the stars kind of thing. That, I think that would be very sexy. Oh, Baku! How's it going, buddy? I hope your day is going really good. Like in WoW, where they had the Warcraft 3 buildings here and there, where you can actually build them and take over regions, but as a character instead of top-down view. Also kind of reminds me of Command and Conquer Renegade, if you've heard of that. I have not heard of Command and Conquer. Let me reread that. Let me make sure I understood what you're saying. So many viewers. Baku, I got raided by a big dog. That's why. My channel didn't explode today. I got raided by a big dog. Like in WoW, where they had the Warcraft 3 buildings here and there. Yeah, like the buildings. That's a cool concept too. Is like you get, not necessarily, like imagine you get, like you play a map like the same way you play Path of Exile, and you pick up a piece of gear that makes your character permanently better. You play maps with certain objectives, and then you can find things like tombs of ancient eldritch creatures as the Terran Republic or something, and you permanently can, you know, switch that into your slot of your civilization to now you have that, right? Forever, like whatever kind of benefit. Like that kind of, but you still play it like an RTS game. You have like your main character like Kerrigan or whatever, Jim Raynor, and you know, kind of like StarCraft, but just basically don't make it a game about 1v1ing, because those games, like most people aren't gonna play a 1v1 super intense fast multiplayer game. I think more people, they need to make RTSs for 35-year-olds, right? Where it's like, listen, I want to chill, I want to build like a little camp, build the walls, fight off some zerglings, then expand, you know, then I find something cool like that. And of course you have the harder maps for like the real pro players, but kind of make it more of a kind of a podcast game where you can be listening to a podcast as you kind of like slowly push through the map, and you get some AIs that get more aggressive as you do that. But you know, you have like this you versus, you know, map kind of design where, you know, where it's focus, it's more like imagine like Helldivers, where it's PvE, right? Is that right? PV computer, and you just slowly upgrade your faction and discover more lore about the world, and that's kind of what it is. I think a lot of RTS games die because they, Chris Maycock says, you on YouTube mostly, Twitch, hey. I stream, Chris Maycock, I stream to both platforms. If you want, there's more people on Twitch if you want to have convos. YouTube is usually dead in the water. Usually no one's there. It would be like Star Wars MMOs or EVE Online scale with multiple worlds. I imagine it being segmented, like you play one map at a time, but it's all coherently tied into together, like you do in Helldivers, where you have sections of like a planet you can go to, but it's going to generate a different map every time you go there. But it's like it's a similar biome, and you get a random drop in loot and that kind of thing, if that makes sense. But not like a Star Wars MMO. I'm thinking more EVE Online, but it would be broken up like Helldivers. I think that would be easier to manage from development standpoint than having like a tied in together world. I think it would be way more hard to do. By the way, Command and Conquer Renegade was an FPS based on Command and Conquer RTS, but you play. Oh, I remember. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it had RTS mixed with first-person shooter elements. Yeah, not really like that. I'm saying like I'm saying like most I want it to be an RTS game. I just want it to be more casual. I want to play StarCraft, right? But there's nothing to do in StarCraft except fight very intense battles where you or I come out on top. I just want to kind of like play, just kind of have that, like kind of like when I play Path of Exile. I'm just running through, killing creatures. I'm having a relaxed time, right? I fight, maybe like I'll run into the boss. I'm not ready for him. Then like I'll pick a day where I'm like really fresh to like take on the boss. Like that kind of an experience, more so than being like just a 1v1 kind of multiplayer experience is what I mean. But it would still be an RTS at its core. By the way, I love talking about game design because I know nothing about it. I just love to talk about it. I'll be on board with that. I always enjoyed RTS and city builders, but the competitive side is pretty stressful. That's what I'm saying. And I think as you get older, you kind of want to, yeah, just like an RTS Civ builder in StarCraft universe. And yeah, you just play maps, randomly generated maps in whatever biome star system you're in. There's going to be varying difficulties and challenges, but you might have a 3% chance that map will have a tomb that will permanently give your civilization a certain kind of upgrade, like a 3% on your production or whatever. And like as you stack the stats in your favor, you can take on the more difficult maps more casually. You know what I mean? So it's more of like a kind of like a Diablo 2, but just from an RTS standpoint. Not to give away all my good ideas, but somebody could please go make that right now. I don't even want the credit. Just go make it. I'll play it. I'll give you $70 for that experience. Maybe $40. This unit requires more Vaspering gas. And maybe like an Ore campaign with Frozen Throne with Rexar and more RPG style maps. Yeah, something like that. Yep. That's what I'm looking for is, games need to be tailored games need to be tailored for people like me in their 30s and 40s who are looking for like a great podcast game where you can play it and you can be serious about it, or you can be kind of casual about it and take it a little slower. I can't click fast enough in StarCraft anymore. I'm not interested in a super high intensity experience like that. Now, I'm not saying you can't have that a little bit here and there, like sprinkle that out for sure, you know. But I'm definitely looking for more of a kind of like when I play Path of Exile. I'm just chilling, killing monsters, for hours. It's just like meditation, kind of. I'm about to turn 39, so I totally feel you there. That's what I'm saying. Like it's a different type of game. Or you're a different type of gamer when you're 15. You want the high adrenaline, kill or be killed kind of an experience. It's like now I'm just look. I'm trying to listen to a podcast. I turn down the volume when I play games anymore. It's a different kind of vibe. I'm more of a plan the economy, plan the base, kind of guy. I need time to think anymore. I was thinking about how was your party? For sure, how was the party? Yeah, it was just a get together. We just chilled and talked, and there was a few new people I haven't met. I actually got in the water. And I gave myself a pretty good sunburn. If you look at the back of my neck, you see that line right there? Yeah, I burnt myself pretty good. I tend not to. I'm not a good. I don't survive in the sun very good. I'm definitely from the. I don't know. I'm too white. I can't stand in the sun for too many minutes. I gotta run back inside. Really cool. Yeah, we just kind of ate some. There was some food. It was a good time. It was a good time. Everyone was super chill. It was more of a hangout. Yeah, like when I say when you're in your 30s, parties just means stand around with food and talk. Like there's no, it's not really like a party. No one has the energy for that. It's more like we just stand there and we go, "Yup, it really is like that. Yep, the taxes are too high." That's a party in your 30s, basically. It was more of that vibe. Every yeah, so everyone just kind of stands there and reminisces about when they still had energy to party. Really cool. It was more of a hangout. See the other comment. Which for me, sure. How was your party? Really cool. So it was more of a hangout. See other comment. I thought I did see the other comment. I thought I read them all. Speaking of StarCraft, some StarCraft One music. Oh, I know, I love it. It's still some of my. It's like one of the more nostalgic. It's honestly the soundtrack for StarCraft One is actually pretty great. I think, like unironically, I think it's really good. You know, it's definitely like maybe not for everyone. But that's what I mean when people ask me like what music do you listen to. I'm like, that's what I listen to, and techno and other stuff too. But I'm just saying I don't have like a genre I listen to. I just kind of listen to movie scores or video game scores when I draw. Obviously, I can't play like Hans Zimmer music while I stream. That'd be great. Yeah, same. I like soundtracks. Becco was talking about the Demon and Night drawing comment before me talking about my age. Pretty sure I'm a metalhead. Uh, I'm sure after that Demon and Night, all the drawings seemed quick. Yeah. It's just that when you choose to render out the entire page in pitch black, you're gonna do a lot of passes. It took 5 days to finish. This one's taken a little bit too, but I don't know. Yeah, so, I think it's look if you decide to pitch black like darkness around all the characters, it's gonna take a lot of rendering time. Plus, I think there was some shenanigans going on. I was like drawing on the wrong side of the paper, and the grid, not the grid, but the texture on the other side of the paper made everything kind of look dirty. So I spent like extra time just trying to like fix that. Like I kept redoing everything to fix the texture. Like the pencil just wasn't going on there correctly. So that's where I spent like a lot of my time just like kind of like fixing things. Like I know it seems like the other side of the page wouldn't make that much of a difference, but I feel like it did. I just sat here and I suffered. It I think it like added like 40% time to the clock. Just sitting there and trying to like with this pencil, this lead, and the right side of the page, everything's like smooth. I can build all these gradients with a bunch of passes and like kind of make everything like look professional. On the other side, it's not like that. It's pure torture to draw on the wrong side of the paper for some reason. You won't notice it at first, but then when I did notice it, it was too late because I was so far into the project that it was like, oh no, I gotta just finish it now. So I just sat there and I suffered. But that picture, I think people liked it. Overall, people liked it, so I think it was kind of worth it. I peaked in a bit during that one. I I peaked in a bit during that one. I prefer trash and NU metal. Okay. Honestly, I enjoy most genres in general and tend to judge on a person. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's very rare that I'll find a band where I like 80% of their music. It's usually like I like 2 or 3 tracks out of an album, if that, and I kind of just have collections of things I like to listen to, on YouTube that I've put into playlists. So it's I'm kind of all over the place. I like 90s techno. I don't really like super hard modern techno. It's not really my vibe. I like that, Bass Hunter style techno, and I do like metal, but I definitely wouldn't say I'm a metalhead. I listen to metal like maybe 10-15% of the time I listen to music. Also, like, when you get older, you just kind of don't want like I said, the more intense experiences. It's like I don't have the energy to be like that hyped up, especially city pop. Me too. I like hip hop, reggae, metal, rock, everything. I was raised with my parents, 50s, 60s, and 70s stuff on the radio, and had friends that were into country, hip hop, etc. I've been exposed to a wide variety. I think, broadly speaking, I love that phrase, by the way. I think I think American music in general, like Americana music in the 60s, was peak. I think that was the highest. Like, it had soul, it had good music. I think like when I play Mafia 3 and I listen to the soundtrack, I'm like, I think the 60s was like peak American music. I spend an hour a week listening blistering metal. It's like therapy. Stone Homie, thank you, Stone Homie, for stopping by. I understand. I do like metal. It's just as I get older, I just don't. It's less. I have a friend that loves stuff like Metallica and Rob Zombie. Yeah, Burn Through the Witches, something burning through the witches. I remember that. Rob Zombie was pretty good. Dracula, yeah. A pretty cool channel 555 says hello on YouTube. Thank you, pretty cool channel. Thank you for stopping by. That's on YouTube, by the way. Gotta love monsters reference. Gotta love a monsters reference. Live through the ditches, left through the witches. Love in the back of my Dracula. I'm not a lyrics guy, dude. I forget lyrics like immediately. It's my I have like a pigeon brain when it comes to lyrics. I'm like really bad at remembering stuff. That's well, somebody said it. I forget what it was already. Rob Zombie. Did you guys know Rob Zombie makes movies now? Or at least I know he made a movie. Maybe it's on Tubi. Maybe I should go check out. If it's on Tubi, I'll watch it. Man, I'm hyped up today. Forrest, did you decide if you were gonna do a gaming stream? I'm gonna keep the gaming streams for like my days off. If I'm really tired, and I need to take a day off, I'm gonna do a gaming stream. But I don't want to make it a habit because it really people seem to not, it doesn't help the channel. It's just more for my days off. I'm gonna do gaming streams like once a month maybe. Monsters was a sitcom in the 60s that was like Monstera Famila. The dad was Frankenstein monster. The mom was basically a bride of Frankenstein, and her dad was a vampire. Their son was a vampire too, and their cat was named Dracula, like Dracula mixed with drag racer. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen that. I think I've seen like images of that. Like I vaguely remember seeing like a family of Frankenstein people in black and white. So I think I know what you're talking about. I remember when I first came to America in like I was 9 years old. I still remember they had like Lucy. Do you guys remember Lucy? Uh, I remember like that the end of like they were still playing Lucy like regularly on TV. I don't remember on like what channel, but I distinctly remember there were still some black and white like shows that were playing. Um, so that was weird. Uh, I Love Lucy. Yep. Isn't that weird? Like that was kind of late, and they were still like running that show. That's what the lyrics are referring to. It must have been like a huge pop hit because like they were playing it they were playing that black and white show when I showed up to America at 9 years old. So you don't really see it anymore. But same with cartoons as well. They were still showing Looney Tunes from the 50s and Scooby Doo and other stuff from the 60s, 70s through 90s and into the early 2000s. Yeah, I remember Scooby Doo pretty well. It wasn't my favorite show because I was like more into Dragon Ball Z, but yeah, Scooby Doo was a fun one. I like that you made I like that you make a lot of types of troll. Yes, I do enjoy a good troll. I wish they still did so kids these days could appreciate the old school. I don't know if a modern kid could even sit through a Scooby Doo episode because everyone's so ADHD now. Oh my god, I'm getting spoiled today. I am getting spoiled. Let me do a shout out. BD Tom, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out. Wait. Shout out. Oh wait, dash shout out 1 second. Let me shout out BD Tom. Did I do it right? True. Yeah, it's hard. You know what I mean? It's hard to get someone to watch like a real show. Sometimes, guys, I have a hard time sitting through movies nowadays. Like I did it to myself. Like I have to. Like I'll be watching a movie on the television or my TV on the internet, and I'll just notice I'm like looking at my phone, and I'm like, no, stop it. Like put the phone away. You know what I mean? It's like it's getting really bad even for me. And I grew up in Eastern Europe where you had nothing to entertain yourself with. As Link as Link as Link. Hi, how's it going? How's your guys' stream? If you guys have an Instagram and you want to drop into chat, I'm super interested in checking that out. Uh, it wasn't a Scooby Doo fan. I wasn't a Scooby Doo fan, but I like the other Hanna Barbera shows. Flintstones, Jetsons. Yeah, I think Jetsons and Flintstones were more my vibe. Self-edited comic drawer. At BD Tom is a self-edited comic drawer. Nice. Yeah, if you guys wanna, I don't know if he had to run off, but if you guys wanna drop a link to the channel or something, let me follow, let me do a follow for BD Tom. Uh, wait, oops. Let me do. How do I follow? All right, I followed. I followed. Plot twist: the troll is the monster of the gaming troll. Plot twist: troll is the monster of the gaming troll. A simple way of improving your French is oh, bonjour, bonjour. Are you guys from Are you guys French? Is this a French raid? Is there an uptick in French presence here today? It's the only word I know is bonjour, but I'm working on my French. Slowly, one French person at a time, I get a word out of them. Mother, not monster. I'm a little hyped up too today, says Chris Maycock. Nice, man. It's good to have like a little energy once in a while. I think it's because I've been forcing myself to sleep more that my brain is not totally messed up. I'm not in perpetual exhaustion. 4-4 Helene 4. Hello there, sorry I was feeding the cat during the raid. Oh, it's no problem. How was the stream? I've never heard of the guy. I saw a little thing of his stream. It looks fun. There was like some 3D character and everything. I watch your drawings for a few days. I'm impressed by your patience and detail-oriented way of drawing. Damn, it's so good. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of lean into the detail. I don't know why I've always been this way. But yeah, it's my way of drawing. I just kind of like trying to find my own rendering style, I guess. I wish I had patience for more detail in drawings. I always just want to get a rough idea on paper and move on without rendering it too much. Yeah, I used to be like that, but I find that like the more I draw, the more it's like if I feel like the sketch is worth rendering out, then it's like really worth kind of putting, if it's worth putting all that extra energy for it to look kind of like, transcend to the next level, then I feel like it's worth it. But yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Sometimes it is fun to do like the more concept arty, looser kind of drawing. That is a good way to like farm ideas and stuff like that. So I'll do that for that. Sketchy rendering might be interesting. Sketchy rendering might be interesting also. Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, sketchy. I do sessions where I just sketch in front of people, and it does help. You know, but I mostly sketch for idea farming, kind of, where I'll do like loose sketches, and it's just a good way to grind through a lot of ideas quicker. I'll just use I'll just use this pencil and a highlighter, or not highlighter, but the white chalk on this paper to kind of quickly get, a little spaceship going or a little bug creature. And I don't have to dedicate like 3 days to discovering whether it's a good idea or not. You can kind of farm through an idea like a lot quicker that way. That's my preferred method. Makes sense, yeah. I actually kind of like the way the more stylized look looks. I feel like I do a lot more dynamic poses and things of that nature under that when I draw like more loosey goosey, and like let myself kind of not care too much about being hyper accurate and stuff. And it does let the picture breathe a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like it does kind of add something to it when you draw like that. So Imagine this is a sculpture. I'm sure Cena Bush has done something like this. I'm sure he's done a Grýla before. You know what I mean? I imagine like this kind of folklore, because he does this kind of stuff all the time. I don't even have to imagine it. I'm sure he's done something like this. But yes, this would be fun to have like above your fireplace. To have like this kind of folklore kind of stuff above your fireplace would be pretty sexy. I like the bony hand. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like demons probably have bonier, kind of withered hands. Well, I'm sorry, she's a troll. Sorry, before I get sued for defamation, she's a troll with goat-like features. I keep forgetting. I keep saying demon. I'm like, she's a troll. I don't want the Icelandic trolls to sue me for defamation. They're like, we are not demons. Get canceled by fantasy nerd purists, right? Yeah, drawing with a harder lead, it does force you to like do more passes, but you get like a way more accurate gradient kind of look. It's more time consuming, but you just get something that's a lot nicer in terms of like quality, I think. Because even the B2, which isn't even really that hard, that soft of a lead, it's still a little too soft for my taste. First Transit, yo, my guy. Good afternoon. Nice piece. Thank you, First Transit. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm pretty sure I saw you even on the late night stream the other day. I was just doing a late night because it was like how time worked out for me. You know, leaving my house once a year is a nice thing to do. I was here. You went to a friend's house, then did a late stream. Yeah. Yep. We had a. It was more of a get together. It was a lot of fun. I actually did get in the water, which I normally don't um, enjoy being wet. I'm like a cat. I don't like water on me at any point really. I avoid it like the plague, but It did look tempting. It was warm enough. You know, a lot of times they're like, "Oh, the water's fine," but actually the water is freezing, and I'm like, "Do you mean freezing? Because it's freezing." You mean barely survivable water is what they actually meant to say. Maybe you just hate cold waters. Jipochi, I hate cold water. Hate it. Except when it's a drink. I actually kind of don't even like really cold water. I don't like cold water. Dude, I don't even like drinking cold water, really. I drink room temperature water. I'm weird like that, dude. It doesn't bother me. I'll drink. I have like just bottled water. I don't put it in the fridge. It just sits there on the counter. Like I'm like it just goes down faster. You know, I don't have to like sit there and suffer through it. I think this area is starting to look a lot better. I'm starting to get a lot more confident about that area. Room temp is just healthier. I feel like it is because I've never enjoyed like drinking like really cold water. It just seems like torture, you know. Maybe it's just me, but I've always drank room temperature water. It's just I guess it's what you get used to as a kid. That's what you end up kind of sticking with your whole life, you know. Oh my god. B Hut Sects. Thank you, B Hut Sex, for the follow. Hello, everyone. Amazing work, Foros. I didn't know how people are able to do it. The only thing I can draw is flies. Nice, man. I mean, that's better than nothing. Flies are kind of difficult. Do you think Meryl Streep is hot? I have to type that in. I'm very in my own bubble. I don't know the names of anybody outside like 9 actors. Fly. Let me check out this person. Meryl Streep. I've never heard of her. I mean, like now or when she was younger. I mean, she has good I think she has like good features and stuff. I wouldn't say hot. I'd say she's more like when I'm looking at her younger photos, she has classically. She never did it for me. I'm looking at her features and she has like I would say beautiful like younger photos of her. I wouldn't say like hot is not what she is. It's more like beautiful. She's still a beautiful lady. I'm just or whatever, you know, I'm not trying to say anything. It's just that like I wouldn't say she's like I think hot and beautiful is kind of like they're different things a little bit. Streep in her mid-20s. Yeah, I would say like I think hot and beautiful are like they're in kind of different categories. She just has like classically good features. Um so that's kind of like where I'm at. But yeah, she's a good-looking lady. Good at acting? I don't, guys. I don't know. I've seen that actress before, but I'm like, I'm very like. Her jawline gets to me. Um, too much jawline. No, I think she's a good-looking lady. But I wouldn't describe her as hot. She looks good in the same way like when you look at those Roman statues of like super beautiful people, it's like that. It's like you're looking at something that you know is beautiful, but I'm not getting anything out of it. You know what I mean? It's more like she has just traditionally good features. It's a personal preference. I prefer a shorter line. I really interested in her until I wasn't really interested in her until I saw how she looked in her 20s. She blew me away. Yeah, she's beautiful, but like it's like I kind of get the same feeling. It's like when you look at like those Greco-Roman statues or something. It's sort of like obviously as I say that. None of us are going to be dating anybody that looks like that ever in our lives. Let's be realistic. Like I'm critiquing with the full understanding that she's like beyond kind of like anything that a common peasant is ever going to have access to. Like nobody would turn her down in her 20s. Like nobody. I prefer. It's a personal. I prefer oh, I thought you said shorter, softer line. I get what you mean. I get what you mean. You probably like the girl from that '70s show that has the dark hair. She had like kind of like more of that, like not as long of a face, kind of a more like a shorter face kind of features. Still a good jawline, but like I know what you mean. I know what you mean about the jawline. I almost kind of want. I feel like I went astray with highlighting this too much. This really doesn't need that much light on it. I think I kind of went a little silly over here with that. I think Mila Kunis is the seven. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Never watched that show. I think that's what the other guy on Twitch means. Like, probably like that look is more his style, like a more compressed face instead of like the longer facial structure. I feel like I need to work on this hoof a little bit more. It needs to be a little darker here. The other like really attractive lady that I say attractive lady like I'm some kind of like an old person, like attractive lady over there. You should talk to her. No, but the other one that's like really good looking but has like that jaw, the big jawline is who's the girl from the first Alien, or she was in all the Alien movies. I can't believe I just rewatched the first Alien movie. Again, very good looking lady. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Super awkward, but very good looking. But if you're not into the jawline, she has all the jaw for days. I kind of heard this theory too that the reason some people have like a more of a developed jawline isn't so much genetic. It's not like a genetic roll of the dice. It's more of a well, part is part of that, but it's more that if you look at skulls before certain centuries when people would eat hard food, it's essentially develops in your childhood, like the muscular structure supports the bones. And if you don't eat a lot of hard food like bread that people would eat like in the Middle Ages, that was like that black rye bread that was difficult to chew through, you essentially never saw bone structures like now where you have like these tiny jaws. And that's due to basically dietary, like the jaw that just doesn't develop properly, and people have like breathing issues with their tongue and the roof of their mouth and all that, and it's really hard to fix later on. That's why you see people's teeth get messed up. It's not their genetics, it's their skull isn't formed properly in their youth because they're not using their jaw, and so it's not becoming broader like it used to be. When you look at skulls before, like, I don't know, 13th century, they were all perfect. There was no examples of skulls and teeth that were like messed up because everyone ate a diet that would develop the structure here correctly. That's just something I heard on YouTube. I don't know if it's true, but it sounds like a compelling theory. And I think your bones like stop developing when you're about 25. That's when it crosses into that no return land, where you can't like adjust the bones anymore. They kind of solidify. Sigourney Weaver, I think, right? Weaver. She has an impressive jawline. Sorry, my brain finally caught up with the actress name. Which actress are we talking about? We were talking about. We were talking about Meryl Streep. What, Japochi? Tell me what you think. Nine or 1 to 10. Where do you think she lands in terms of attractiveness? That's what we were talking about. I know this is a terrible conversation to have, like rating women on 1 to 10. It's like get ready, get ready for unfollow energy. 11. Okay. So you like the jawline? Okay. I think she's very attractive. But for some people she's mother. Like you see more, but I think she's very like classically beautiful. But I don't know if hot is the word I would describe her with. She has like kind of like, I don't know. She's queen. Okay. Like I was saying earlier, she slayed. Have you seen Death Becomes Her? She slayed. No, I didn't. I did not see that movie. Man, I'm really liking the way this is turning out, if I'm being honest. Like the way the shading turned out here, like really working for me. I honestly like. I think Engine. This is gonna sound super. I just love her in Mamma Mia. I haven't seen any of these movies. I know she exists. Like I've seen, you know what I mean. But I'm very unaware. Like, I will say this, and this is gonna like sound like a super basic take. This is gonna be a super basic take and boring. But I kind of think the Angelina Jolie. I think she is again not like she is hot, but she's like kind of in that like top like kind of 10 out of 10 kind of category. Not in the Tomb Raider era, like later on when she got like kind of like 5 years, I don't know how many years, but like Later on, she kind of became kind of like super hot. I didn't actually like think she was like that hot in Tomb Raider, or maybe I did. I didn't like watch. You know what I mean? I think around the era when she did that Brad Pitt movie with like something spies, like when they were both playing spies. I think like that was like peak, like as good as you can like expect anybody to look. Like you just, I don't think you can get like better looking than that. I feel like. I don't know. I know it's kind of a basic to Angelina. Yeah, I know it's a basic take, but it's. I really do feel like in that era, the like she was as. I mean, I'm like I just don't see how you could like make better feature. Motherhood brought out so much of her beauty. I think it was Motherhood. Bro, celebrities don't have kids in wombs. They have test tube babies. I don't know Motherhood. I think they adopted like most of them, didn't they? I don't know how she is as a person. I'm not like bringing her up. Like I know she like whatever got into stuff, but or whatever. I'm not even saying anything. I think she in that like in that era was like peak attractiveness. She had a baby with Mr. Pitt. Yeah. Fake name by the way, Pitt. That last name has no origin. I got a whole story about that I watched on YouTube. It's kind of a conspiracy theory, but I bought into it. Baby Aurora, is that what they called it? How do you know this lore? You know Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt lore, which she had a role with Maleficent. She had a role with in Maleficent. Baby Aurora. Is that what they named their baby? I guess when you're like a super, I guess when you're a baby of a super rich couple and you're like hot, like you can name your baby whatever you want. I'm Aurora. I'm gonna name my baby Alpha Centauri or something like. Good luck with your life, Alpha Centauri. No, Aurora is the Disney. Oh, okay. What would you name your baby? I don't know. I really have no idea. Probably something like Jake or something. Something that you can like easily live your life with without getting. Maybe I'll just name my baby Yuri again. Like my grandfather's name was Yuri, so maybe I should just like name like keep the Yuri thing going. I don't know. No, I'll probably if I had a baby, I'd name it something normal. Like I don't. There's no reason to make your lives kids like lives harder than they have to be. They're already gonna go through a nightmare, right? Like life is already hard enough. Let's not start just not weird names. Yuri Jr. I don't know about the junior thing. That's like the junior thing is kind of like a redneck thing. I'm for short names, just not weird names, like the billionaire babies. Probably just something normal. Mike. You know what I mean? You can get through life as a Mike. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable, you know. Jake could either be a jerk or a chill dude. Yeah, there are some names that are like you just associate it with certain personality types. I wonder how much your name does like affect who you are. You know what I mean? Like I do kind of wonder like how much of your I kind of think it's not that big of a deal, but at the same time I do wonder like if you have a name, how much that reflects on your self perception or like your personality throughout your life. I don't know. I just don't want to torture my kids with a weird name. Like I get it. Like I feel like it's a parent's like ego a little bit. I just have a normal life, bro. Let me get you started with like a normal. Scorch Hellfire. Jake from State Farm seems pretty chill. One of my best friends growing up was named Jake, and he was sometimes chill, sometimes a jerk. Yeah, you get a variation with it within the Jake. I watched a podcast saying that they believe that name you give to a baby shapes the baby's future and attracts certain. I kind of believe that. Like, I don't want to like use hippie language and stuff like that, or encourage that kind of thinking, but I kind of believe that on some level. Like, you know, obviously if you like, yeah, like it probably does have like, you know, like there's some like names you can bring up that you immediately have negative connotations with because you've already met like two or three of certain type of persons, and you're like, every time I hear that name I'm like, every time I've met this kind of person, you know. And I feel like if I named my kid that, like, I feel like I'm trying to not offend any. No, I'm gonna be careful. I don't want to offend any. There's just certain names I've met. I'm just like, every time I meet this person, it's a bad vibe. Uh, I kind of wish we had a culture of not really giving kids a proper name until they're old enough for their distinct personalities to be apparent, and then name them for that rather than naming them for what we hope they become. Right? I kind of agree. That'd be kind of cool if like like you got a number until you became 13 years old or something, like manhood, and then you got to choose your like you got a temporary name, and then you get your real name when you choose it. I think that'd be kind of a dope system. I actually kind of don't hate that idea. It can definitely set, because I feel like everyone's gonna choose like Hercules, or everyone's gonna choose like a really cool name, because no one's gonna get want to stuck with like a name that means something silly or just doesn't sound that cool. Karen, yeah, who's gonna choose Karen with all the negative connotation that brings now? Karen has been dragged through, the poor Karens, they get dragged through the mud. Like, all they wanted was to see management and set things straight. That's all they ever wanted, was for things to run exactly how they want, and they've been dragged through the mud their entire lives. Yeah, you can't, Karen. You're basically destroying that child. If you choose Karen, you're destroying that child. Josh, that's a good one, but I met a couple. I feel like a lot of Joshes I've met, they smoke weed. Chad is a good one because I feel like Chad is associated with like being a Chad, so maybe that's like a good. Even Ivan, there's lots like that. Maybe one name chosen, one name given. Yeah, well, like your last name, you are given by birthright, and then you get to choose your first name or something like that. That'd be kind of a fun idea. It's a fire idea, but I think you can change your name though. But it's a hassle on all documents. Yeah, you'd have to. I just that's a good point. You'd have to restructure a lot of your. You'd have to restructure a lot of your legal procedures because of that. Because once that's stamped on there, it's kind of a hell to change your name. Daniel even says, "For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten Son, that whatever beneath in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Judge not, least you be judged. Love your neighbor as yourself." Daniel Evans, thank you so much for that biblical quote. I appreciate it, man. We appreciate it. I mean, like, given is earned or bestowed on you by community, like a title. I feel like there's already cultures that do that in Africa and such. I think Dungeons and Dragons Gnome also do that earned name with their last name. Yeah, I agree. I feel like there should be something that's carried on from past generation to the new generation. I think that's a good idea, like having the last name be carried on, and then or whatever. Maybe we can do. I don't know. If it was like some sort of super military society, then you could have like a number assigned to you until you're ready to have a name. But if we're talking normal times, I don't know if I'd want the last name to be the one you choose, because there should be something that's sort of carried over. You know what I mean? I think it's fun to have your last name represent some piece of history or something. Right. So first name is chosen, middle name is earned, last name stays the same. Yeah, I think. Oh my god, that's some good lore right there. I like that idea. First name is chosen, middle name is earned, and then last name is carried over. I think we just solved all the world's problems in this stream. Honestly, like, I'm feeling it right now. I think that's a good system to go by. Lots of people have done that and renamed themselves after fictional characters and such, and I think you have to do that same process when taking a married name. Oh my god. Grim Vision. Thank you for the follow, man. I bet if we had a system I was talking about, we'd have a lot more people with names that are words in modern English rather than ones from older other languages that people don't know the real meaning of anymore. In English speaking countries, that is. I mean, it'd be cool to give yourself. I would take it into account, right? I don't know, maybe like give yourself an old name. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, you're probably right. Grim Vision says, "Sup? How's it going, Grim Vision? Hope you're doing well. Maybe I'd be Scorch IRL instead of just boring old Scott, lol. Uh, Scorch IRL. I love Scott. Scott is a good name. I feel like it probably, if I don't know, it seems like one of those names where if you looked into it, it would probably go way, way back. Scott seems like he's a chill, cool, chill guy. When I hear the name Scott, I imagine like somebody that kind of tinkers with vehicles, maybe like a old mechanic type of. That's like what I see as like that name, like a kind of like a blacksmith associated. It's literally just a name for Scottish people. Yeah, but still, it still has that connection. It still has that connection to older history. Someone dependable. Yeah, you can trust Scott. You know what I mean? Scott will fix your car or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you can let Scott like watch your dogs and not have to worry about it. I can't think of a time I've had a bad Scott um, situation. You know what I mean? In Scott we trust. Hoo ha. I know next to nothing about fixing cars. Though my dad knows a ton, but hardly taught me any of it. Yeah. Scott just it portrays the level-headed energy, kind of, you know. But I didn't know the name Scott came from just describing that someone was a like a Scot from Scotland. I didn't know that until just now. That's pretty interesting though. See, it still has connections to the old world though. It's pretty dope. It's your quest to discover on your own Scott lore. I know for me, Yuri originally came from Greece and it means something like earth worker or something like that. Or someone who works the land. So, uh, I've tried looking up original meaning and that's all I could find. We'd be having weird names if we had the chance to change it. Some old Celtic names, I guess. Yeah. I imagine someone using numbers like a root or a username. Like I said, some do, and then there's the parents that give their kids weird names just because they like them, lol. Yeah, I don't want to torture my. I don't have kids, but if I did have kids, I feel like it's a duty for a parent not to like make their kids' lives harder than it already has to be. And the weirder the name, the more it's gonna be like, it's just more issues down the line. It's people are gonna be like, what the. Guys, I gotta go pee really quick. It's only gonna take a minute, but I have to pee. I have to pee. I appreciate. I agreed. I like appreciate the cultural significant names, or the ones that mean something cool in another foreign language, but making them something hard to pronounce or that's something too close in their native language and gets confused. Just asking for them to get bullied. Yeah, she's gonna be bullied into signing a name game. I appreciate it. That's so real. Too close to a word, hence the change their names into something basic in foreign territories. Blah, sheep deprived in keeping out words. This turned out so damn good. Thank you, Murder Hollow. We're not done yet. I still gotta do the background. I still gotta do the buildings in the background and other stuff. But yeah, I still gotta clean stuff up a little bit. It's gonna look even better. I just feel bad for the ones with weird, funny sounding names. Jipa, like Yuri, Nikiforou. Yeah, I had to live with that one, but everyone understood because I came from over there. So it wasn't like people weren't like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like my parents didn't just randomly give me a weird ass name just for me to make me suffer. Nikifor does mean bringer of light, or Nicephorus, the original Greek version of it, did mean bringer of light, or something along those lines, which is kind of like insanely epic to give someone that like imagine that's your last name. It does seem like a little bit like kind of crazy. There's a guy in the Philippines named Drinkwater Rivera. My sleep schedule got messed up and I had to stay to do adult stuff. Although that does kind of sound like sort of a name a Native American person might have. Jipochi, or sorry, I lost track of the combo. Drinkwater Rivera. I like Korean names, but it's so tied to ancestral surnames, which makes it confusing. Or you having the same name with a bunch of people. He's like living hydration reminder. I'm sure others appreciate it. Maybe. That's what I said. Scorch Hellfire. When I was watching it with parents, makes you want to drink water. I kind of don't like what's going on with this fold here. I gotta like, it gets all confusing for no reason there. Kind of don't like the way that looks. I gotta like clean that up a little bit. What paper is it that you use? I use a Strathmore 9x12 tan toned paper. Strathmore 9x12, that's what I use. Like all the Kim Sparks Moons, the Smith or Andersons in the US. Yeah, the Smith, Andersons. Yeah, those are pretty typical. Oh wow, it's even funnier than that. His first name is two separate words, drink water. Now he makes a living endorsing energy drinks. There's a woman named jo- Jollibee, I think. I forgot who are they. Wait, did I miss something? Oh, Leaf! Welcome, man. Leaf on YouTube, thank you for stopping by. Uh, I can recommend another beautiful actress, Madeline Stew. Madeline Stowe. All right, I'll look her up. I'll let you know what I think. I'll let you know what I think. All right, here we go. Here we go. 1 to 10. No, I think the other one was on a. I mean, I was. Uh, no, I'm just not. I'm just not seeing the same level as like before. I think Sigourney Weaver and the other one you showed me, whatever her name was, I already forgot. I mean, she's definitely attractive, but you know, um, you know what? You know whose photos I kind of want to see. Is who was the girl or woman? She's a woman now, probably. I don't know. But the woman that played the underworld, or the main chick that with the dual wielding pistols. What's her name? I want to see what she looks like without the makeup and stuff. I'm sort of um, she's older now. Yeah, she's older now. I'm sure like you know the age gets all of us, guys. The age is coming. It's coming for all of us. Enjoy while you still have the youthful glow, because that's gonna pass. They say they start carding you when they see the hope has faded from your eyes. Um, Kate Beckinsale, I don't know what that is either. From Underworld movies, you said, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, because she looks attractive, but I mean, I feel like in the movie, it's hard to tell. Because you're Underworld actress. Okay, Kate Beckinsale. Okay, it's Kate Beckinsale. All right, let me see what she looks like without the lighting and the movies. Because I think she's really attractive too. She does have like the stricter facial features, I think, if I remember correctly. Not like a she's the girl from Underworld. Hold on, is she the same girl? Really? That's the same girl. She's been in stuff recently, but still very much in makeup. I mean, I'm seeing her without makeup. She's very hot. Even like the recent photos, like she's holding up. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say she has a very good like balance, uh, like facial structure wise, very good balance, like good features, good healthy features, but nothing is like so prominent that it like jumps out at you. So yeah, like I would say she's kind of like in that 10 out of 10 kind of category. Very attractive. Um, I love her. She's mother. She's yeah. She's got the bone. Yeah, she's got the bone structure, and she doesn't have like the huge jaw, like the huge jaw thing going on. So yeah, she's very pretty. Not to sit here and like all these women are outside of our like, but yeah, very nice. That's a good. That's a. Um, she wears a horse costume and dances around hotel rooms when she feels sad. Who does? The yeah, she is Beckinsale. She's undeniably hot. Yeah, I love her in Click. Yeah, I only know her from the Underworld movies. She actually, honestly, she kind of looks prettier like in normal life, without the vampire makeup. I think she looks a lot prettier. I thought she was hot in the vampire stuff, but she's definitely like one in the million dice roll for a track. You know what I mean? You only get that one. You only get like somebody that good looking just once in a great while. It's like the Dolph Lundgren kind of like you only get that dice roll like once in a while to be like super features kind of like. Mm, Dabble net 20 on average lol. True story Kate does. She said so on Graham Norton show. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about the dancing horse thing. Maybe I don't know. I mean, whatever helps you get through the day. It does seem like she should have enough money and everything. You know what I mean? It's hard to imagine like being like a rich, successful star and being sad. You know what I mean? Like, how do you get sad? But I get it. Most comedians are depressed, even the really big ones. Yeah, yeah, that's true. If you don't believe, it's not that I don't believe you. I just because she's smart, lol. I will Slipknot meddling Stowy isn't she's older actress Slipknot. Look up Jerry Ryan. 7 out of 9 if you're a Star Trek fan. Jerry Ryan. Never heard of that name. And I've never watched Star Trek like on purpose. They're the ones who have heavy baggers. That's why. Wait, what? They're the ones who have heavy baggers. That's why when they shift their movies into drama, it's heavy. Hmm. It would be fun if I was rich. I'd probably buy like a nice red sports car and then just live my life normally, but just go to McDonald's in a nice red sport like a Ferrari or something. I think the engine would overheat with all the idling though, right? When you're just sitting there. Okay, look up 7 of 9 Star Trek Voyager and tell me how you compare her to Kate Beckinsale. You're talking about Jerry Ryan, right? I like. Uh, Lee, if you're talking about Jerry Ryan, I'll look up Jerry Ryan. Here we go. So far, Beckinsale is my favorite. Like, I think she's like the hottest out of what we look. No, yeah, Jerry Ryan. No. I'm sorry. No, not even to me. Like to me, not even close. I don't know why. Maybe I have a bias against blonde hair women. I'm just I don't know. Well, I guess let me go see like the younger. It's almost like her jaw got more narrow as she got older. No, it's the same. No, she is pretty. No, she is pretty. Yeah, she's pretty. It's just I guess I still think Beckinsale is little. I think she's more just. My take is like I think she is yeah. She's very pretty. I like Beckinsale better though. So far I think Angelina Jolie and Beckinsale are like kind of like the top two right now for me. Did you look her? No, I didn't look up the costume, but I get the idea. Or look up Trisha Helfer, Battlestar Galactica. Okay, here we go. Trisha Helfer. Well, I'm trying to don't type anything. I'm trying to select your name, right? Not your name, but the name you typed. Trisha Helfer. Was she? Oh, you know who I thought was super hot? You know who I thought? She's a naturally brunette, so you might like her. You know who I thought was insanely hot back in the day? Like I thought she was like as hot as you can get. Like this was back like when I was like in high school, like 14, 15. Is the girl that was in Starship Troopers? What's her name? I thought she was like really pretty too. Not like I've recently seen her, and I don't. I think my tastes have changed. But like the girl from Starship Troopers, like the one that not the one with the curly hair, but the long hair, like the straight hair one, that the Johnny Rico was interested in. I thought at the time when I first saw that movie, I thought she was like as hot as you can get. Denise Richards. Yeah, I thought Denise Richards in Starship Troopers. I'm like, I'm like, yeah, I thought she was really pretty there. You can't tell me she wasn't hot in Starship Troopers. Did you like Trisha? Yeah, I did. I thought she was. All these women are like, you know what I mean? They're all like all of these superstar model actresses. They're all super hot. It's just a matter of personal preference. You know, I'm just telling you kind of like what I'm seeing from my point of view. Claudia Christian is hot, especially in The Hidden, 1987. Those giant blood sucking bugs were hot too. Damn it, blood sucking bugs. The only blood sucking, but the only okay. This stream is just gonna turn into like me not drawing and just going through the library. There's too many like American actresses. We'll be here for like 8 hours. Let me see. Claudia Christian. I can see that. Yeah, maybe like when she was younger. I still think Denise Richards in her prime was like kind of like up there. Claudia, I didn't like as much. Bit tip each to his own. Starship Troopers bugs in me. Slip. Not fan. Are you a Babylonian? Okay. All right, I gotta get back to drawing. I'll keep talking, but I can't just look at I can't just stare at women all day. But so far, Denise Richards. What was the other one? Sale, whatever, something Sale, and Angelina Jolie are my top. That's my triangle. Those are the top three hottest women. I personally think. I thought C-3PO, the droid in his prime from Star Wars, was hot too. Yeah, he peaked. He peaked in the original trilogy. He really fell off the hill after he got into drugs. You know how Hollywood breaks people. Yeah, no, but that's my trio. Maybe it's because I have blonde hair. Are they your wife standards? No, that would be delusional to put that as a standard. You have to be at least a superstar level hot to be with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like you have to be a superstar at least. You have to be like freakishly attractive. I don't know. Maybe it's because I have blonde hair. I have like a natural anti blonde hair woman like sentiment. It's like too close genetically or something. I don't know. No, but those are not my wife standards because I'm not delusional. But I would like to. That would be what want what you don't have. Well, of course I would like to have a wife. Of course that would be nice. Oh, you mean that? Hair color. Yeah, I don't know. I've never. It's just never. The blonde hair thing has never been my thing at all. I've never like understood it. I know some people are like super into that. I'm kind of like very. I'm like meh. I mean the hair color. Yeah, the hair color is yeah. I just think it's like I think maybe subconsciously it's like too close genetically or something. You know what I mean? It's like dating a sister or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like I don't know. You might be a little too close to my. Okay, I think I like redheads and natural blondes because they're less more interesting. Yeah, yeah. I think you gotta diversify the genetic pool or I don't know. I just think it's like it's more of a it's not like I came to that conclusion. It's just more like I've never been into blondes. Like I think that some of them are attractive, of course. I'm not like against them. It's just more like I've never it's never been like my thing where it's like I a lot like I notice a lot of men are like the blonde hair thing is like a big deal. I couldn't care less. So was Betty White maybe off the rockers and off the chain hot? Was Betty? I heard she was hot right back in the day, Betty White, but I don't know. I've only seen her when she's like an older lady, so I don't know. If the giant carnivorous man-eating bugs in Starship Troopers were brunettes and not blondes, would you find them attractive? I find them attractive regardless of. I love the bugs regardless of what color their hair is. You'll see a lot of my artwork has the theme of bugs reproducing. I think I might find them the most attractive of all species because of their dedication to the hive, their unflinching loyalty to the queen. It's what I find most attractive. I'm just kidding. There's so many fake ones out there. It's hard to know, lol. Yeah. You would make out with the bugs then, Yuri? Sure. If it means I can control their hives, yeah. Look up Betty White in 40s and 50s. She's cute. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll look up Betty White. I'm kind of curious what she looked like. I'm sure she was very pretty. All right, Betty White. I mean, even when she's older, you can tell like the features were there. You know what I mean? Like you can tell the structure is good. 1940s, 1940. She kind of has. She is pretty, but I think maybe it's the time and the age of how like they dressed them up back then. She kind of has like, I kind of see her as like a mom. Like she kind of has that mom vibe. Like the I don't know. I just she is really attractive. It's just I guess it's the age of the times, like how they how like men and women they just look different back then. And I'm just looking at her, and she is mother. That's kind of like the vibe I'm getting off of her. She's like, she kind of has like mom vibes. I'm not getting like, you know what I mean, like obviously very attractive, but I don't get any. I don't, I wouldn't like, I don't find her like attractive. She's pretty, but I'm getting like more like mom vibes off of her. And I think the 1940s look kind of is adding to that effect a little bit, where it's like old timey kind of vibe. So it's, you know what I mean. I think the 1940s vibe is kind of is adding to the kind of like that era's look. Morgana is a baddie. You ever heard of Jerry Hall? Yeah, you guys, I have to draw. I have to draw. I have to draw. I'll check out. I'll check out Morgana. I'm sort of curious about Morgana. That sounds like a very exotic name. All right, let's check out Morgana. It led me to I don't know. I don't know, images. Morgana Lee Fay. Morgana Lee Fay. I keep seeing cartoons. I keep seeing cartoons, but the one woman that did come up, she does look attractive. She does look attractive. But I'm just, it's a character from a game. But there's a real lady associated with, I don't know, there's a real lady that came up. I'm assuming Morgana Lee Fay is who you're talking about. But no, cartoons are not really in my like. League of Legends character. Fuck yeah. Morgan Le Fay is from King Arthur Legends. She's not really a real woman, but she's dark magic baddie. Actually, King Arthur's sister in most versions. We're gonna try and draw some Icelandic houses. I'm gonna try and keep the background light so it doesn't interfere with the foreground, but let's play a game of that game show. Would you rather? Would you rather get your heart broken by a velociraptor or have your heart eaten by a bug from Starship Troopers? I guess a broken heart is better than dying. So it's clever girl line from Jurassic Pearl that I don't remember. I'm gonna say broken heart is better than dying. Maybe. Dang, this really looks like cover of a dark fairy tale book. Thank you, Japochi. I appreciate that. I was watching 2 hour movie on TV and I forgot to turn off the PC, and it is playing you. I was here, but not here for 2 hours. Understandable. Baku, it's very understandable. I'm glad you left it on though. It helps the algorithm. I was watching Berserker 1 and 2, so basically saw 2 movies. Nice. almost thinking doing like a light pass with the white charcoal on top of that house to kind of differentiate things in the background by kind of highlighting them, if that makes sense, like making them the opposite of. You decided to put a background. Yeah, I want to do like a full, like I want to do like a kind of like a Viking, like a little Viking village back there, such as they would have in Iceland or whatever. You know, I'm pretty sure it's similar kind of people. Forrest, do you have a job? No. I do like many things to make money now. I used to have a job. Now I have like 4 jobs. I have 4 little jobs now. If that makes sense. I'm thinking of doing this so I can differentiate the background from the foreground, kind of. I had a job for 10 years. Is streaming on jobs? I would say streaming is on jobs. Like, it is, like, there is a little bit of income, so it's one of the 4 things. But mostly no. I wouldn't really. It doesn't make enough money to qualify as a job. It's just more. It's just more for fun. But I mean, if it grew, then it would become more of a priority. Uh, what are the 4 jobs? No, you may not ask. I don't want to share everything. Uh, Vinny Lysius. Vinny Lysius. Thank you for the follow. How do you have time for 4 jobs? They're just broken up in that way. That's just how they. Let's just say I do this and then another thing and then another thing, but it's not like 40-hour jobs. You know what I mean? Share? No. I think I've already talked about it. I think the drawing with the penguin is the most colorful one. It is indeed the most colorful one. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed. People seem to like that one. It's a really cool concept. I thought so too. It was an interesting, kind of militaristic penguin. Militarization of penguins, that's what I do best. Actually, having some of the bluish tint right there actually isn't going to hurt this picture because it's going to be... The house is further away and it's going to add to the sense of distance. I might rework some of the details with the pencil a little bit so it doesn't get washed out with what I'm doing right now. Okay. I really like the one with the man on front and back to the city. Might be my personal favorite. Oh, that might you might be thinking that I might have just watched the movie a Blade Runner or something. If that's the one that you're talking about, it might have been Blade Runner inspired. That one where there's like a car there too. Uh, Yo, Holmes Killer had to go to a parent teacher meeting. What the? What the? Parent-teacher meeting. That sounds boring, dude. Yeah, did it go well? We have to speak about your child. He asks too many questions. Your child wants to know too many things. And we can't have that. Parenting stuff get in the way of pretty much every... Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Well, I don't know, but I don't have kids. But if I can only imagine. Sometimes I have to mow my lawn, and I'm like, already? What? You know? I thought we just did this 2 weeks ago. Just scoot up here to show you guys the little village I'm drawing up there. How am I gonna do this without making everything more? Oh, the lamp. Oh, the lamp. Wait, what is getting in the way? Oh, this lamp is getting in the way. I'm like, we gotta like go up here a little bit to draw that kind of hill mountain thing with the rest of the village. Because I want it to feel like a fully fleshed out picture, so we're going to add all these like little Scandinavian looking 13th century kind of huts. You know, I'm not an expert, so, you know, I'm not a architectural expert in these things, so if something looks off, I'm just going off my memory of video games and stuff, so. I really love the queso one. It's one of my fave. Should have got one of those $10,000 dolls. You are an expert at drawing. That's all that matters. Oh, thank you. Leaf says, which drawing is most colorful? The penguin. Parenting does sound boring. Yikes. Whose child? I'm not at liberty to disclose other people's children. You'd have to, well, you'd have to look at Twitch for that convo. It's a separate convo. It's happening on a different platform. There should be a maybe like some palisade walls up there, you know? I don't know. Did the Icelandians build fortifications if they were on an island, or was that kind of a moot point if you don't have enemies inland with you? You know what I mean? I don't know. If there's an expert, but I feel like they would have put up some palisade walls here and there, right? Don't you remember the K-Cell one? You did it recently? I don't remember which one you're referring to, though. Uh, Queso one? I just don't remember. Big Pond, I remember. Maybe I'm remembering wrong Slipknot. I think I saved it in my playlist. And DMX. Doesn't ring a bell. Thanks, I'll look him up. I think Vikings were constantly traveling and attacking other nations for gold and silver. True. They had an expansionist period in their history. Yes, they did a lot of barter and trading and trading people and others and warfare and along with the long ships and other stuff. But yes, they had a very brutal history for a minute there. I'm kind of thinking of just kind of drawing these in white. I don't know if the effect will work, but I'm just gonna try it and see how it goes, just to kind of simplify that background a little bit, and then draw maybe like a huge mountain, like side of a mountain, like going that way or something, to kind of portray that kind of the landscape you see over there with the crazy mountains and stuff. Oh, that guy. I remember. I think Vikings were constantly, yeah. They were very good craftsmen. They were indeed. That's what I hear. They're very good craftsmen. They had steel or something, some of the earliest development of steel. But I also heard they got it from they traded it all the way into the Middle East and they got it from there. I heard. I don't know if that's true. The Viking hype people will definitely tell you they invented it themselves, but I don't know. I think when you barter and trade, you end up with a lot of ideas and techniques and stuff, to bring back. So I'm not claiming anything one way or the other. Um, 'What? Some of these maybe I'll draw this one kind of like one of those just without the little cross on at the top. We'll just do like one of these hay barn things that kind of went like that a little bit. I don't want to go too because I feel like they had a lot more of these like kind of rounded at the top kind of roofs. Maybe a bit of mix of both. I'm not sure if I'm being honest. Like I said, we're kind of riffing off my memory of video games and stuff, so I don't not an expert in Icelandian city building of the 13th century, but 7K points, nice man. I need to make more custom emos for you guys to spend it on or something. I will have some smokestacks going off of those houses too. Are you gonna? Probably. Probably gonna finish it. I'm probably gonna just go long and finish this piece, just so I can move on to the next piece. I really am enjoying this piece a lot, by the way. Have to go now. It's 1 a.m. in Greece. Great stream. See you tomorrow. Might be back if I can't sleep. I understand. I understand. Thank you, Baku. I think it's as bright as I want the background to be in terms of like showing the villages and stuff. I just want the like kind of a silhouette of a kind of a little. Yeah, you're going to bed at 1? Loser. No, I'm just kidding. No, good night. I hope you have a good night. I'm not sure how you say good night in Greek. Let's see. I do want to clean it up a little. I'm kidding. I don't know. Ari Barderchi. Artie Barderchi. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't even simulate Greek words by making like Greek noises. I would need to like maybe like fill my mouth with olives. You know, just put a bunch of like olives and just try speaking English and see if Greek comes out. That's how it works, right? I don't know. I'm not a linguistic expert, but I like how as soon as he left, we just start talking crap about him. Oh no, we're just kidding. It's all in good fun at his expense. 'We're 30 minutes apart. That's crazy. Me and you are, or what do you mean? Like our timelines? I'm watching new Mission Impossible with Dad. Okay, nice man. Always a good time to spend time with family. 30 minutes from Baku. Time zone? Yeah. That is close. Oh crap! Sorry, started drawing off screen. I totally forgot. I'm like, why can't I see the pencil moving? Sorry, I started drawing in a different place, and I just forgot I was doing that. Oopsie daisy. There you go. Yeah. And then that mountain up there will kind of do like the snow, like a vague, you can see that line. I kind of want to do this mountain here, but I'm gonna do like these patches of snow kind of vibes at the, towards the top. Grýla, stop eating children. Oh, I should have titled this stream "I Eat Children." I feel like that would get more viewers, like, because it's more shocking. You know what I mean? Just title the stream "I Eat Children." People would click on that to check it out, right? You can't eat them in the stream with the same silver spoon you were brought up and fed with all sorts of poetic justice and irony. See what I did there? Very clever, Leaf. Very clever. I have an itch that I want to draw a zombie with nature, but maybe tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. Poetry, do you remember how not that long ago we were excited for 28 years later, only to have our hopes crushed? Years, 28 years later, it's a movie? Yeah. It's a movie about zombies. Oh, because it wasn't very good. We were hoping it would be, but it wasn't. I do kind of want to add in the clouds up there, so you know, I do want to add the clouds in. I feel like with how far I'm going, it'd be like weird if there weren't clouds up there. You gonna be in for a few? Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll be hanging out. I'm sort of wondering if I should do hmm. It's crazy how far behind my stream on YouTube it is. It is like hours behind. Hmm. Alright, I'm thinking I'm gonna do like a very light, kind of dark clouds back there. So that I don't want to put white here and kind of kill off this white of the town, kind of. So I'm just gonna do these like, I'm gonna try and do clouds again. I just don't feel like it'd be right to leave this without clouds. I might have to finish this later tonight too. I might have to leave kind of due to because there's kind of like a few things I'd like to touch up, and it's gonna take probably another 3 hours or something. But I don't know. I definitely don't wanna. I don't want to do a full stream on this tomorrow. Not a full stream. I mean, like, you know what I mean. I would like to be moving on tomorrow. Ideally. You're gonna be doing that, goat lady? You betcha. You betcha. Because I'm gonna just send them both off. I'm gonna send them both off. Because I feel like the other one's like worth doing. It's gonna be a fun piece, I think. I don't think people are gonna be goat exhausted. I don't think we haven't like hit goat fatigue. Yeah, we're not there yet with the goats. I feel like we can still push the goat issue a little bit further. Goats are goated. Greatest of all time. How is your YouTube stream behind? I don't know. I don't know, Leaf. I'm not sure why. I don't know why that happens. You would think they'd be playing at the same rate, but they're not. Yeah, they're off. They're off by a significant amount. Can you not just fast forward? No, no, no. Is it the stream on your computer, you mean? No, if you look at the stream on Twitch and YouTube, the YouTube one is like it's like behind the Twitch one. I do not know why that happens. I don't try to fix it because it doesn't like matter. Although maybe it's not because you are answering me, so it has to be translating kind of like at least somewhat fast, right? Maybe it's the Wi-Fi. I don't think it's the Wi-Fi. Prapurva. Hi, been lurking since some streams. Say hi. Thought should say hi. Hello, Prapurva. Thank you for saying hi. Thank you, thank you. Hope all is going well. Artsy Boy says, Chuckles the clown laugh slowly starts filling your ears. Okay. I appreciate the hi, by the way. Oh yeah, I also need to say hi. Artsy Boy? Okay, thank you, man. Thank you for the hi. I just made a reference to something because I've heard of Grýla from that and thought they just made it up since they make up a lot of things. I'm sorry for the confusion if you don't get it. I didn't get it, but thank you. No, Grýla is very real. She is very real. I believe in Grýla. Yeah, I'm usually pretty slow to. I'm like the last one in line to get a joke, so. Where is Grýla from? Well, Grýla is from Iceland. Who is Grýla? Grýla is a troll with goat-like features, and she has brothers, and she eats bad children. That's the official. That's the lore of Grýla. That's it's kind of what she's about. That's the troll you're drawing? Yes, Leaf. Yes. The Diablo 2 music feels very appropriate. Thank you. I feel the same way. I'm good, just chilling as always. Nice. Finally finished Mission Impossible. It was a good movie. Wish I had seen it on the big screen. How's Tom Cruise looking? Is he still holding up, or is he kind of falling apart a little bit? You know what's funny about Tom Cruise? Like every time I see a pic, he's still got the body. I feel like every time I see him, he turns slightly more 80s. Like his face looks like Dad from the 80s kind of vibes. I don't know why, but he's like slowly, he looks more 80s every time I see him. Like he's teleporting back in time physiologically. I feel like the way he looks is like he should own 2 Labradors and like have a family. Like that's what he looks like. Still fit, good for him. He does look like half his age. I don't know, dude. Sometimes you catch photos of people and they age, bro. They age. I don't know. I need to see the movie, but actors are like, it's one of those things where he's 63, holy. Yeah, he definitely does not look like he's, because a lot of people at 63 they're just done, bro. They look like they're done. Tom Cruise does not look like that, you know. He looks like he's like very much in shape or whatever. Like for 63, he doesn't have like grandpa vibes about him. One second, I gotta let the dog out really quick. He might want to go outside. He could keep a gal though. He couldn't keep a gal though. Wonder why? Yeah, I mean the thing is that like you do wonder why, right? One second. I do wonder why sometimes. But I think it's like at those high levels. I think a lot of those people just, they get together with other all that money, all that body, all the face, all that charm, I kind of feel like at that level, honestly, I think they just kind of like come together, like some stars, to kind of like create hype, the hype train, so people pay attention to them. I don't think they're really. It's kind of like dating kind of becomes more like high school kind of popular drama kind of thing, more so than like them actually trying to do anything. So, plus, anyone with like that level of ambition is going to be working 80 hours a week anyway, so it's kind of hard. Like, it's like they're never going to prioritize like a relationship. You know what I mean? He does work so hard. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like it's not to him. It's like it's just sort of they get into relationships just for like status kind of thing, and then they're not planning for it to like work out. It's just more of a hype train kind of thing. That's my take on it. I could be wrong, but that's my take on it. And passion he exhibits in all he does is wow. Passion by Tom Cruise, his new cologne. I'm just kidding, but yeah, I do kind of see Tom Cruise being the kind of guy that puts like those olives on his eyes or like the cucumbers, and he sleeps like upside down for for whatever reason, for like de-aging purposes, and has like a very particular like regime, or not regime, but like I feel like he's the kind of guy that's like when you like he wakes up when he wakes up he does push-ups and sit-ups and yoga. That's I can see cucumbers on Tom Cruise's eyes a little bit. I can see cucumbers. Definitely works out and all that, but I kind of get it. Not. I mean, I'm sure you've seen American Psycho, where he like not peels off the face, but like does that. That thing where you like have a face mask and you like peel it off to get like all the everything off of it. I kind of get the vibe that he might kind of be like. Not that he's like a psycho. I'm just saying like he might do some of all that kind of stuff to keep himself like a little bit more youthful for every possible second that he still can just hold on to that little bit of youth. I that's the kind of vibe I get. Not to he probably does. Wait. He probably does, or he could be drinking the blood of virgins as a vampire. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying all that, but I know in the Middle Ages, I know for a fact because I heard it somewhere at one point, that in some European countries they did actually drink like blood of children and stuff like that in order to like rejuvenate themselves. And does Tom Cruise do that? I don't want to get sued for defamation, so probably I don't know. Like I don't know. But just keep it in mind that 63-year-olds are not supposed to be jumping out of planes, right? So that, there might be some virgin blood going on and some cucumbers and sleeping in sleeping in like one of those like those isolation chambers where the sun doesn't touch you and you have zero sensation, like, and it has like, you know, all that stuff. I'm sure, you know, Tom Cruise does not upset, like, Tom Cruise treats himself well, you know. Kamuwamu. That was a thing in Mission Impossible, the realistic mask thing, with him peeling to be Philip Seymour Hoffman. Okay, I didn't know he did it in the movie. I was just saying like that, like that American Psycho movie where he was like peeling the mask off. Like, I feel like he's not the kind of guy who would forego that procedure. I feel like he definitely would do that if it meant looking a little younger, a little longer. I'm not calling him a psychopath. I'm just saying he definitely he definitely wants to be seen as like a, you know, a youthful person. It is really sad, like when you watch your heroes, like when you watch people that, like, you know, actors, and like you're in your 30s, and when they were in their prime, you know, you were like young, and now they're like slowly shriveling up into raisins, trying to hold on to that last little, you know what I mean? And it'll happen to me too. I get it. I'm not like judging. I'm just saying that, like, there's something like really sad about someone just clinging on to that last bit of youth. Well, I mean, I can't even say youth. I mean, he's 63, but it's just kind of sad. If I could give Tom Cruise, like, extend his life, I would. I feel like he's the kind of guy who would enjoy living a little longer. You know what I mean? He would really like use it. That was fire. Kamuwamu, hey, how was work? How did that go? I hope it went well. Yeah, okay, pretty quiet. Nice. Nice, man. Yeah, I'm just kind of getting this pretty close to done. It's starting to get there. You know, I'm not sure if I should hit it with fixative before I send it out, but I'm gonna do the other goat two as part of the package. Seems like the customer really like the other goat, so I'm just gonna do it up in the next stream and send both of these out. Have a cool stream finishing. This man looks killer. They will be pleased. Stay rad as well. Thank you, chat. Murder Hollow, appreciate that. The background looks nice. Yeah, I'm trying to flesh it out. I'm trying to flesh it out to where the background is nice. Like, I could have just left the characters, but I'm like, nah. Nah. We gotta push it all the way through. Plus, this is the kind of stuff I really like, is that, you know how, like, in Europe, you know how in Europe you guys don't really get sunlight, but sometimes a beam of light will shine through the clouds and you guys have to, like, run towards it to get some vitamin D? I kind of, like, feel like that's why I'm doing that, like, right there. Just a little ray of hope in like, Northern Europe where it's lull. Yeah, exactly, right? It's not like you don't get sun, you just get cloud coverage, but sometimes a ray of light will, like, break through on the field and all the Europeans run towards it and they fight for that little bit of, like, that 1 hour of sunlight, beam sunlight to get like vitamin D kind of thing. That's what I'm trying to do right now, is just kind of portray like there's a little bit of something going on. He's only been gone since last stream. We did miss you though. We were getting worried. Nacho cheese. Make a finger pointing and assuming. Uh, I was dead at work, so I was reading a book called Age of Innocence, which is set in 1870s New York, and I was looking at photos of that time period in New York. Wish I was titled so I can sleep, just chilling. Make a finger point in assuming. I'm not sure what you mean, nacho cheese, but thank you for the comment. I was recommended Age of Innocence by a friend. Was it any good? I'm kind of thinking of switching over to a gray, instead of a tan, a gray tan paper, or a gray tone paper. Reason being is, I actually forgot why I was gonna do that, but okay, I think that looks pretty nice. I think that looks pretty nice. I think I'm gonna keep an eye on this picture and just see where the little details, like after I rest for an hour, after walking the dog and eating, I'm gonna just kind of look at it and see like what needs to be fixed up. Because right now, after drawing for 7.5 hours, my brain is kind of fried. But I think we're in a really good place to say that this is kind of like done. It's basically done, but I just need to do touch-ups for this one. Like the white pencil, you mean? If you like historical stories about a high society, you will like it. It's like a satire of the rigid social rules of high society during that time. Bro, you gotta tell me about that. You gotta tell me all about it. But after I finish this, we're gonna do something similar with this goat, but it's more of a demon. That was my first take on Grýla, so I'm gonna do this one and somehow make it into a full scene. So we're gonna see how that turns out. My fingers are getting nasty too. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go feed the dog, feed myself, go get some coffee or something. I do really appreciate everyone. I appreciate the raid from CNut and YouTube. Bye, YouTube. See you later. Yeah, man, I'll be back tomorrow. It's just I've already been streaming for 7.5 hours.